behind the gate. And they're off. Breaking a bit slowly there was the number 4, Bert. A scramble for the lead. The two grays go at it. Mo Trump from the rail. My Last Mission settles just off of him. 3 deep. Central Love tries to get over. It leaves Petrolo widest of all into the first turn. Barrel of Quest is 5 from the lead in 5th. And the trailer, he's about 15 from the front already. It's Bert. Mo Trump has a new presser. It's Petrolo. As My Last Mission backs off through a quarter and a pretty snappy 24 flat. Third along the rail is Barrel of Quest, who moves up. Central Love has one beaten, and he hasn't beaten by a long way. Bert's at the back. Mo Trump dealing with Petrolo. These two as a team. As Barrel of Quest moves up sweetly along the inside through a 48-second half mile as they make their way to the far turn. Plenty of room at the rail, and Andre Worry sends Barrel of Quest on through. Barrel of Quest to the lead. Mo Trump tries to counter, so too Petrolo. 4 wide, My Last Mission. Far back to Central Love and Bert. Midway on the turn. Barrel of Quest dealing with Petrolo. Here comes My Last Mission with a 3 wide bid through 3 quarters and 112 and 3. The field about to turn off the turn and into the stretch. And it's Petrolo emerging with the lead. Petrolo, My Last Mission with dead aim down the center as Barrel of Quest backpedals. Petrolo to the 8th pole. Here comes My Last Mission, and My Last Mission has a length and a half to make up on Petrolo, who's still there. My Last Mission at the 16th pole. Petrolo, My Last Mission, Petrolo, My Last Mission, Petrolo, and My Last Mission, Petrolo held. Petrolo would not be denied a half. Race 2 comes up next. Kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Here in race 2, you can scratch the number 3, Archivist. Race 2, scratch the 3, Archivist, and a rider change on the. And they're off. Not the best of beginnings for the 4, My Little One. 3 of them for the lead between rivals. There goes Toast to Success. At the rail is Northumberland. Outside, Jason Liam now recovering from the bad beginning. 4 wide on that turn is My Little One. And the gray Ida Denial can see them all. 6 lengths from the lead. They're on the first turn led by Northumberland. Northumberland are actually in post position and number order. It's Northumberland and Eck over Toast to Success. A 4 wide My Little One is just ahead of Jason Liam. And that duo has 304 on Ida Denial. 25 and 1 in easy opening quarter. Toast to Success just put her head in front of Northumberland. They race 2 by 1 up the backstretch here. And now Toast to Success gets a length lead over Northumberland. Moving up on the outside, there's Jason Liam. My Little One begins to backpedal a bit. And moving up along the inside is Ida Denial. They went to half and 50 and almost 2. Toast to Success. J.M. Rowena has a good hold of Toast to Success. She has 3 parts of a length lead. She has Northumberland at the rail and a 3 deep Jason Liam. Back and forth now as Ida Denial as My Little One trails as they're midway on the far turn. Toast to Success bracing for the favorite. Jason Liam comes a-calling as Northumberland backpedals along the inside through 3 quarters and 116 and 2. The field comes off the turn and they're into the stretch. And it's Toast to Success and Jason Liam. Northumberland maneuvered to the outside to try for a re-rally with Rafael Rohina Jr. 8th pole now. Northumberland coming again at the outside, and Northumberland, keep an eye on Northumberland. Jason Liam just snuck to the lead, but Northumberland keeps on coming, and Northumberland just grabbed Jason Liam. Northumberland to an upset score at 7-2 over Jason Liam. Then Toast to Success and Ida Denial and 149 and 4. No changes here in race 3 or race 4. If you turn to race 5, please note in race 5, there'll be no show, try, or superfecta wagering. Scratch the 1 ruler of the night. And they're off. Dropping back right away at the start was OK, game on. From the rail, there goes American Gentleman. And counter punching right away is hardly working. These two into the first turn, a length and a half on the favorite. Curlin's Wisdom, who's back in third. To his outside is Town Jack, fourth. Then we drop back to OK, game on. Then the trailer is Sea Tiger. Midway around the clubhouse turn, an American Gentleman asserts himself and takes a length and a half lead over hardly working through an opening quarter of 24 and 3. 3 lengths back in third sits Curlin's Wisdom, and our leading rider, Kabakoa. Town Jack's fourth. He's 7.5 from the front. Then OK, game on. And Sea Tiger is 10 from the leader. And that leader is American Gentleman. He took the lead from the bell and has built himself a 3.5 length lead on Hardly Working through a half and 49 flat. Carlin's Wisdom, Koa starts to motivate him. Then Town Jack, both Sea Tiger and OK Game On have gotten closer, but they're still 9 from the front. The leader is still American Gentleman. American Gentleman hardly working, still coming. Curlin's Wisdom, Koa's been trying to get after him for 3/8 of a mile through 3/4 and 1:13 and 3. The field about to spin off the turn and into the stretch. And American Gentleman, Heeman Harkey with his mind on his business here. Curlin's Wisdom going to take his crack, but he's got 5.5 to make up. Their field's coming to the 8th pole. It's all American Gentleman. He has what appears to be an insurmountable lead at the 16th pole. Curlin's Wisdom's coming, but it's way too late. It's all American Gentleman. Gate to wire in the 3rd to start the pick 6 by 4. Then it was Curlin's Wisdom, $19.75, and the 10-cent super, 1425, $7.70. Race 4 comes up next. Starts today. And they're off. Queen's Dancer broke about a 1/2 length slow, so the complexion changes immediately. It's Darn That Song and Golden Moonlight. Now rushing up, Jackie Davis and Queen's Dancer trying to hold position at the rail. It got tight in there, and Jackie had to step on the brakes. In 4th is 'Cause You're Pretty. Sweet Brown Sugar has just one beaten. It's Kaz Music, who's way at the back. She's about 15 from the front, and the front belongs to Darn That Song through a wicked opening quarter in 21 and 4. Darn That Song's flaunting her speed today. She has a 1/2 length lead on Golden Moonlight. Sweet Brown Sugar begins to roll from 3rd. 'Cause You're Pretty coming with a rally as well. Then Queen's Dancer and Kaz Music off the turn and into the stretch. And Sweet Brown Sugar storms to the lead through a 45 and 2/2. Sweet Brown Sugar comes to the 8th pole with a 2-length lead. Darn That Song has run one heck of a race. She's still 2nd. Golden Moonlight from the back has Music down to the line. A return to the winner's circle for Sweet Brown Sugar. She 50-cent try, 524, $10.55. 10-cent super, 5243, $5.07. 50. And they're off. Love Thyself to the lead. Tumbles on the outside is in 2nd. Moving up is Debbie Darling, and the trailer is Kitty Tintin. Just 2.5 lengths from front to back here. The favorite, Love Thyself, has a short lead on Tumbles. Debbie Darling going now with a 3-wide bid with Emmanuel Di Diego as Jeremiah Flores waits with Kitty Tintin at the rail. 3 across the track through an opening quarter of 23 and 1 as they make their way along on the far turn, led by Love Thyself. Tumbles between Debbie Darling, 3 wide. Kitty Tintin, Jeremiah Flores says, "Let's go, meow," as the field makes their way to the quarter pole. It's still Love Thyself with Tumbles and Kitty Tintin and Debbie Darling. Kitty Tintin just split fillies and mares through a half in 47 and 2, and she takes a shot at Love Thyself, who spurts away to a 2-length lead. Coming to the 16th pole, it's all Love Thyself. A front-running score for the favorite. She doesn't do this often. Wire to wire by 5. Then it was Kitty Tintin, Tumble. $2 double, 5-3, $7.70. $2 exact, the 3-4, $11.60, and the 50-cent pick 3, 153. They're in the 8. And they're off. Off slowly there was the favorite. City Block spots the field about 1.5 lengths. Queens over 3s to the lead. A host of pursuers to the outside. There goes Fabulous Fox to engage the leader. Beauty's Bangle follows her. So these 3 now have about 3.5 lengths. Red Butterfly's back in 4th. To the inside, it's Call Me Penny. City Blocks is recovered. She has 1 beaten. It's Out of the Cloud, who's 10 lengths from the 3 pry battle on the front end. Queen over 3s. Fabulous Fox and Beauty's Bangle zip through the opening quarter in 22 and 2. Red Butterfly looms large in 4th. A wide destiny for her. Between rivals, there's City Blocks. Call Me Penny's at the rail, and nothing yet from Out of the Cloud. They're off the turn and into the stretch, and Queens over 3s has a short lead. Fabulous Fox took her best shot. Here comes Beauty's Bangle. Here comes far outside Red Butterfly. Trying to weave through traffic is Call Me Penny, and now City Blocks emerges. Red Butterfly and City Blocks come as a duo. On the outside, Red Butterfly City blocks. Red Butterfly got there. 37, 36.50, and the 10-cent super. 6374, $20.27. Race 7 comes up next. And they're off. From the outside, there goes Levon to the lead. Encountered immediately by Tamaki in between fillies and mares. There's old Mrs. Maisel. Ruby's Mission protects the rail, and she's back and forth, followed by My Royal Vow. To her outside is Intentious, and the trailer is Cozy Magic. Up front, Tamaki leads. She has a length. Outside is Levon, saving all the ground there. In third is Ruby's Mission. Tracked in fourth by old Mrs. Maisel through an opening panel of 24 and 3 as they straighten up the backstretch. It's Tamaki, tracked by Levon. A length and a half more. Ruby's Mission just moved into third ahead of old Mrs. Maisel. It's a gap of 3 to My Royal Vow, who has Cozy Magic to her outside, to her inside, and Intentious to her outside. 9 lengths from front to back here as Tamaki continues to lead them through a half in 49 and 2. Levon, Romero, Mirage just waiting to go. Now the back markers begin to move. Here's old Mrs. Maisel. Here's My Royal Vow. Intentious is 5 deep on the turn as Ruby's Mission and Cozy Magic are at the tail end. The field makes their way to the quarter pole. Complexion changed. Levon took over. Levon has a length. In between rivals, there's old Mrs. Maisel. Far outside's Intentious. My Royal Vow starting to sputter between horses. Cozy Magic darts to the inside as they come to the 16th pole. Levon trying to hang in there. She has Cozy Magic gaining ground, but now Levon finds another gear and opens up by 4. It's all Levon. Favorite going to report home a 3-length winner. Geared down at the end. Cozy Magic was second. Over. 7-4-5-8, $23.17. Race 8 comes up next. Finale offers win, play, show, exacta, try, and super wagering. No changes in race number 8. Post time for the finale. And they're off in the Wednesday finale. All off to a good start. There goes Grand Lady Indy from between rivals. Rushing up in the yellow, there's Georgie's Ladies. To her outside is Motley Sue in third. Along the rail, that's Kaz's Rose fourth. She was just passed by both Leadership Ability and Devilly Central Capitals at the tail end of the field. Up front, Georgie's Ladies wins the scrum as the field makes their way to the far turn. It's Georgie's Ladies. She's hounded by Grand Lady Indy to the inside through an opening quarter of 23 and 1. 3 deep is Leadership Ability. 5 wide, Devilly's trying to make a run. Between rivals, there is Motley Sue. Come back 2 lengths to Kaz's Rose. And at the tail end is Central Capital. They're midway on the turn. And it's Georgie's Ladies. Grand Lady Indy bears down at her from the inside as they go to the half in 46 and 4. Grand Lady Indy and Anthony Rodriguez have fought their way to the lead. Georgie's Ladies tries to battle right back. Down the center comes Motley Sue. They're coming to the 16th pole. Grand Lady Indy's almost home. Georgie's Ladies been given chase. Grand Lady Indy, Georgie's Ladies, Grand Lady Indy, 3 parts of a length. Then it was Georgie's Ladies, Motley Sue, tight, 50-cent try. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to a Monday here in Farmington. Overnight and morning rains has left the track sloppy. We have a carryover in the pick six of $3,827. It begins in race number 3 on the 9-race card. If you need PPs to play along today, head on over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there each and every racing day, courtesy of Equibase. Here are the changes for today's races. Still a little rainy here, windy, temperature trying to get to the mid-40s. In the opener, scratch to 1, Cam Duke, and the 4, Benji Brown. Race 1, the early pick 4 and early double starting the first. Scratch to 1, Cam Duke, and the 4, Benji Brown. Race 2 kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Scratch the 1A, Sneeds, and the 5, Can't Beat Me. Race 2, scratch to 1A, Sneeds, and the 5, Can't Beat Me. Race 3 starts the $1 pick 6 with a carryover of $3,827. In race 3, scratch to 1A, Sweet Tooth Sue, and the 5, Sweet Sugar Baby. Scratch to 1A, Sweet Tooth Sue, and the 5, Sweet Sugar Baby. The 4, Dr. G and Alley, is 1 pound over. Race number 4, scratch to 6, Hot Rod Lincoln. Race 4, scratch to 6, Hot Rod Lincoln. Race 5 starts today's 50-cent pick 5. Scratch to 6, Knight of the Crown. Race 5, scratch to 6, Knight of the Crown. Race 6 starts the late pick 4. Scratch to 4 with Dashing Speed. And the 6, Raleigh St. Clair. Race 6, scratch to 4 with Dashing Speed. And the 6, Raleigh St. Clair. Race 7 kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Number 7, Bottomless Refills, 1 pound over. Race 8 is the Columbus Day Sprint. It kicks off the late double. Scratch the 8, Isle Storm. Race 8, scratch the 8, Isle Storm. And in race number 9, scratch the 4, Manny Penny. Race 9, scratch the 4, Manny Penny. And an overweight for the 3, Game Misconduct. He's 1 pound over. Cloudy and rainy, a little breeze, temperature in the mid-40s. Track is labeled sloppy. We have a carryover in the pick 6 that starts in race 3. The $1 pick 6 features a $3,827 carryover. And again, if you need PPs, head to fingerlakesgaming.com. Post time for the opener is a little less than an hour away, just after 1 p.m. Coming up next is the Monday edition of Takes from the Lakes with Dave Mattice.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Happy Columbus Day. One of our best holidays in the year, mainly because it's Italian. But yeah, we got 9 races on this Columbus Day card. Yeah, good card too. I looked at the late pick 4, pick 5. Seems like there could be some value, some good betting race late in the day. You know, we did get a few scratches because of the off track. I mean, it couldn't be a more miserable day out there weather-wise. I mean, the wind's blowing, the rain, but we got horses to play and money to make on this Columbus Day card. Little known fact about Columbus, they're going to have an angle to put horse racing into Columbus Day. Columbus also brought domesticated horses to the New World, but a lot of people didn't know that. A lot of the horses that were originally in America thousands and millions of years ago went over the Bering Strait to Asia. So many of the Native Americans were on foot. I mean, there probably were some horses, but Columbus brought the horses over to the New World. Maybe we wouldn't have horse racing in America if it wasn't for Christopher Columbus. I think that's a stretch, but had to bring that up because it is Columbus Day. Want to mention next week, one of our biggest days of the year. We got a lot going on racing-wise. We got 4 stakes races on the Monday card, and all of our distance series end on Monday. Got the finals of, the North Warning, the Wise Awake. All those distance series will come to a conclusion, so that means some really good races. A very good card for Monday, October 21st, and that's not all. $2 hot dogs. What if there's a minimum on that? How many $2 hot dogs you can get? But it's a $2 hot dog special. I think they're also $1.50 fountain sodas. That's all coming up next week, Monday. So not only you got a great Columbus Day card, you got next week all of that going on, including the richest stake of the season, usually anyway. Generally get over $200,000 for the New York Breeders' Futurity. That's the main event of the Monday card. Okay, let's look at today's. First race, an allowance race, number 2 condition, going 5.5. Scratch the 1, Cam Duke. Scratch the 4, Benji Brown. All depends on how this track plays. I got basically a 2-speed number in the first race, and yeah, it's a tricky one. You got 2 Bustin' Stones horses. Generally, Bustin' Stones don't mind the off track, and keep in mind, I handicap for an off track, and it's going to be an off track. We got track labeled sloppy. It will be sloppy throughout the day. We're expecting that steady rain actually for the next 3 days. Lot to look forward to there. But the horse that's best bred for the off track on both sides, not just the Bustin' Stones, is I Got Busted. This one's got a nice Tomlinson of a 4.14 for an off track, and not only does it show in the breeding, you look at the first career start for I Got Busted, was a good-looking, easy win on a sloppy racetrack against 40,000 restricted 3-year-olds in New York. That's good enough for me to take this horse on top. All depends, obviously, how this track plays, because you do have Stars and Stones inside him. The other thing with I Got Busted is he's shortening up from 6 furlongs to 5.5. The main thing is Stars and Stones does break inside, and he does have speed. So that could be an effect. We'll see how I Got Busted takes to the equipment change, too. They're going to add blinkers to I Got Busted as well. I don't really like the last race for Stars and Stones. I know it's a tough field. Pop Coyer does finish second, third line. Did get a nice trip up the inside, and this horse got pressed the whole way. But what's going to happen today? I Got Busted might actually be faster than Stars and Stones, so he's going to have to really get out there aggressively to hold the rail if he wants to get the lead over I Got Busted. So he's kind of up against it, but he is inside of I Got Busted, and he does still have some room to improve. He hasn't really run that bad of a race. The 6 profitability could be the one to take advantage if these 2 horses end up dueling. Again, Stars and Stones got to get out there aggressively because the other one outside him might be faster just to hold the rail. I Got Busted might be compromised from being outside and may not take to the equipment change as well. So if they duel And this track, which is going to be sealed, doesn't take to the speed as much. Profitability could take advantage. Now, there's some question marks about how well profitability likes an off track. Didn't run badly on it. And he does close going 5.5, but they really got to stop up front. And again, they might. I think you got to throw them in. I think you got to go 3 deep in here if you're playing pick 4s. I'm going with the 7, 3, 6. Although I do like the 7 on top. Off track is going to play a part. 11-9 Claimer is the second. Horse have not won 2 races since the date or never won for lifetime. Let me in here for the 4. I don't think any of them are left in for the 4 lifetime. So you're all in for the condition. Multiple winners. Yeah, there's all the horses I picked to the top 3 like an or don't mind an off track. I always say that. Horses rarely actually step up on off tracks. They just keep their form while the others don't. Normally here at Finger Lakes anyway. Production Credit doesn't mind it at all. And that's been the case. The horse does show good speed and actually might show more of that speed on a sealed racetrack. Production Credit last time, I don't want to say that he stopped late. The horse that won, Sigler, just by it's just a great owner that one has, got a trip behind the 2 speeds, and it was the 2 closers, Sigler and Noble Journey, who closed. And the horse that outdueled the other speed was Production Credit. Actually ran better than what I thought he would because of the other pace in there. Hung on really well, and actually does really well on off tracks as well. The question is with Almendro in the race, what's going to happen between these two? Because Almendro is just as fast and also doesn't mind an off track either. So another race like the first race, you got 2 pretty good speed horses in here, but I do lean towards Production Credit because he breaks inside of Almendro, and I think he actually likes an off track more than Almendro does. Almendro is another one that just keeps his form. Production Credit really keeps his form when it comes to off track. Again, this is like the first race, and I'm kind of handicapping it similar to the first race, where you got Sutton Breeze up close, Production Credit, Almendro battling, Smooth Tails up close. The horse that could sit back and make a run is Devious Banker. And Devious Banker is a tricky one here because he is dropping in class. His form is good. His last race isn't, but keep in mind that last race was going around. Now he's run okay going long before, so it might be more than that. But you look at the previous start in a sprint race for Devious Banker, he ran against Runaway Joke. And I keep saying, a few of these horses that are running in conditions, you have to avoid Runaway Joke if you're running through conditions, because that horse is basically a stakes horse. There's going to be a stakes horse. So if you can forgive the last race, which is a mile, and say that this horse ran pretty well, and he did, against Runaway Joke in the race before, you got to like him. Unless there's another reason why he got beat so badly in the mile last time, other than being a mile. So I think the cutback in distance is going to be good for Devious Banker. He drops slightly to the 11-9 and could be the one to get a trip if Production Credit and Almendro are doing battle up front. Almendro could win this race. Almendro is going to have to deal with Production Credit being inside him. Now, if it was the other way around, Almendro inside of Production Credit, I might see this race differently. I might say Almendro could win race number 2, and maybe he still can if he can get the jump on the other one or deal with just playing presser outside or stalking just off. But he's in that situation where he's got another speed inside him, so he's going to have to be the one to kind of make the decision early whether you're going to go with that horse or sit just off that horse. And Almendro's last win was when the other speed didn't get out, and he was able to basically be lone speed that day. I don't see that happening unless Production Credit doesn't get off very well. So with a 2-6, I'll throw in Almendro for third. Although Sutton Breeze certainly plays too. One thing about Sutton Breeze has never missed the board in his career on off tracks. Now, there's only 5 horses, so maybe he can sneak into the top 3 as well and keep that record going. Okay, third race. We start the $1 pick 6. Got a small carryover, a little bit less than $4,000 in that pick 6 pool. Might be a good play today. you can put together, get a couple singles that you like. That didn't sound very good, did it? Well, how about we say you got a couple horses that you want to use alone that you like? That sounds better, right? Scratch the 1A, Sweet Tooth Sue. Scratch the 5, Sweet Sugar Baby. All right, I'm going to go with Raw Power. Maybe a slight upset. It looks like Mucho Mama Maya. I like how Jeremiah names these horses after himself. Raw Power. I'm going to use on top, though. Mucho Macho Maya. The announcer's going to have a tough time with that one anyway. It's got a class edge, but last race isn't as good, and he's coming off a long layoff. I think is a vulnerable favorite here. I thought Raw Power might be a good play in this race with a good number for an off track. This is a hard spun out of a dam by Not For Love. I see Not For Loves do very well on off tracks here at Finger Lakes. And the other part of it is this horse didn't break that well in her last start. It still came rolling late to be third behind Luna Loca. I think that's Dana Sawhorse. But the thing is, was off a month, first race over the track for Raw Power. They bet this horse, was a lukewarm favorite that race. And I think it can win here with the right kind of trip. And the other thing is, it probably likes a mile better. It seems like that's right in the wheelhouse for Raw Power. That first start over the track was 6 furlongs, and this horse was going primarily routes and short routes, mile 70, when this horse was at Penn National and Monmouth. So a mile distance should be right in the wheelhouse for Raw Power. Going to use her on top. Now, Mucho Mama Maya, logical horse. Last race wasn't good, but the race before going a mile was. And that was back in May. This horse won going a mile. Would be no surprise in here. Still going to use her. Jessica's Race, you can make a strong case for. Both career wins and the best lifetime buyer, granted it was a 48, but were on off tracks. I say that, but she has had 9 starts on off tracks. It just happened to be she hasn't won on a fast track. I don't know, maybe she does like an off track more than the fast track. Well, is that number good enough for off track form to beat Raw Power and Mucho Mama Maya? Maybe so, but she's going to have to get a trip from the outside. Sure, I'm not saying that one right. 3, 6, 7. I don't know if I would name my horses as Macho myself for my horses. But you gotta like it. Gotta like Maya. 4th race, 5,000 claimer. Never won 3 condition, going 6 furlongs. Scratch the 6. Hot Rod Lincoln, and I think that only helps busting credit here. I don't like busting credit at 5-2, but especially off the last race, I expected busting credit to run better than what he has the last couple of races, looking at him early in his career. Here's the thing. The last time this horse was on an off track, it was against who other than Runaway Joke. I seem to say that name a lot. So I can forgive that effort. This horse should absolutely love an off track. It's by Busting Stones out of a dam by Scarlet Ibis. Scarlet Ibis, as we know, is a sire, was in the past. But you look at the 2 off track races that he's had, he didn't hit the board. Again, one of them was against Runaway Joke. So I expect him to run well on it against 5,000 claimer. I look at the last race. Cashel Kitten got the jump on the field. He tried to send out there after Cashel Kitten before deciding to take back a little bit and then trying to make another run, but may have taken a little bit of zest out of the horse early by sending early. Yeah, I like him today as the speed. You look at the other speed, Blue Lieutenant, taking the blinkers off, and this horse, Blue Lieutenant, isn't really that fast, and I don't think should be sending in the front like he has against races with a lot of speed. He's not that fast. And it's hurting his chances. So maybe taking the blinkers off helps. Although Joel Cruz opts to go to Broken Hearted, I can't blame him there. The horse ran well last time. My point is, if they take the blinkers off Blue Lieutenant, sending the horse is not working for Blue Lieutenant. Maybe they aren't as aggressive today. And if they're not, that actually puts Busting Credit on the front end. And I know Busting Credit hasn't been that aggressive. He's not a horse that's just a send out to the front horse. He's actually sitting off. Again, last time he went out there with a speed, then took back to try to make a run. It's actually a good looking horse. He's still got his looks anyway at age 5. But I think he could control the pace here if he could get in front of Blue Lieutenant early. That's my point. Broken Hearted, if he can't, Broken Hearted could get a trip. Broken Hearted was odds of 17-1 last time in the 11-9. And remember, the speed didn't back up. Cashel Kitten got the jump on the field, and Cashel Kitten was better than the field, basically, from the inside. If you watch Broken Hearted's race, he makes a nice move around the turn, and then I think the jockey realized he wasn't going to win, or maybe he was getting in a little bit, but called it a day kind of early and still ran 4th. That just tells you he ran a good race. And watching that replay and seeing that he wasn't losing ground, even when he called it a day, was a good effort for Broken Heart. He wasn't going to win, but he would have been closer, and he saved the horse for next time. You look at the Penn National races, ran 2nd on and off track. So I like the fact that Cruz opts to ride here over Blue Lieutenant if you're backing Broken Hearted, if Busting Credit continues to not have it. Keep in mind, Busting Credit, there's a lot of vulnerability to Busting Credit just on his recent form. He's been a better horse in the past. I just think he might be the speed. Ripe for Mischief from the outside, got to be considered. Ripe for Mischief won on a sloppy racetrack to break his maiden. So you can make the case, obviously he's 1 for 1 on an off track, that he followed it up with another victory. He also ran good over a sealed racetrack when he ran a mile back in July. Sealed racetrack, probably some moisture in it. Why is it sealed? So ran 3rd behind Pot of Gold. Again, probably won't mind the off track today. I just don't know if he's going to get the pace he needs to close late to get the victory. But does have some good numbers. Remember, a 54 buyer on that sealed racetrack going a mile. Definitely plays. I use the 3rd, though. And for 4th, I threw in the 7, Misawa for Julius Ashley and Tina Chamberlain. This one does seem to run well on an off track, especially for the form that this horse has. He's 4 for 4 in the top 3 on off tracks with a victory. And you even look at his last sloppy track race where he ran 3rd back in October. That's his best recent race. So I always say horses don't step up on the off track but keep their form. Maybe this horse does run a little bit better against the competition with an off track. They're proving me wrong as I go on. It's out of a dam by More Than Ready. Problem is his form is just not good the last 2 starts. But here's the thing, as I say, maybe he still keeps decent form while the other ones don't at the 5,000 level, and that's why he runs better numbers. I would use Misawa as kind of a long shot play in here, maybe an upset chance, but at least to use in the supers at 15-1 morning line because of the off track. That's the only reason I like him today. But I think that kind of plays here. The fact he's never missed the board on the off. 5th race, a 5,000 claimer. Non-winners of 2 cents a date or never won 4 races. We scratched the 6, Knight of the Crown. Not giving up on Flash Kiss. I don't like the tactics of the horse the last couple starts, especially last time. You watch the race, they did 47 to the half, and Flash Kiss was sent up into that pace and was never really able to relax after that and ended up settling for 3rd as a favorite. Now, I liked him that day. He probably would have won that race if with a stalking and make a run type trip. Well, it turns out Colton Goes, a big long shot, ended up winning the race. The race before, Jitter Juice got away with some easy fractions and got away in the stretch. This horse made a nice move. I think may have run out of whips or something at the end with the Hisser rules and ended up finishing 2nd. Was probably going to beat that horse anyway. So has had some bad luck, at least that day, the last 2 races. Maybe today gets it done. The problem is, I say there's a problem, it's a tougher field than last time when he should have won. So he's had his chances, and now gets a much, much tougher spot. You got the presence of Goldini, who is running against tougher by Golden Sense, and the presence of Ginsu Warrior, who could be the speed. That's the other one I like. Ginsu Warrior, you wouldn't think should be 6-1 in this race. Run against much, much tougher, looks to have good early speed, does seem to be tailing off a little bit. I don't know if the blinkers helped or not last time, but may have had some other issues in that race. Chased from an outside post and then faded. Today is inside. If he gets out there and gets the lead, he could be very dangerous on today's off track. I don't think you're going to get 6-1, but I don't know. I mean, maybe people won't play him off the last race, which isn't good. Goldini I used for third. This one does have some bad form the last couple races, but has performed well in the past on an off track. It makes a big drop to 5,000. You know, you look at the 7 for 11 in the top 3 on off tracks. When you're 7 for 41 overall, that's not bad. So I think this horse steps up a little bit on the off track, and the class relief certainly helps. I'll throw in the 4 Raw Courage for 4th, coming off a victory. I mean, that's a much easier field. But that was Adil Khan's first career victory as a trainer. Congratulations to Adil Khan. Was a very good rider back in the day. Had to be. I think Adil Khan is taller than I am. And he's, you know, I'm carrying almost 200 pounds, well, 190 right now. So he had to be a good rider. And he was a good rider. Got yelled at a lot by Troy Smith having a ride for him. But congratulations to him on the first win. You know, maybe he can make it 2 in a row with that one. All right, 6th race. A maiden race going 5.5 furlongs. Scratch the 4, Wit Dashing Speed. Scratch the 6, Raleigh St. Clair. Got a little bit of a price in here. I mean, I'm watching prior races. Painting Stones, another Bustin' Stones horse here, is 6-1 morning line in this race. Watch the replay of Painting Stones' debut. Hope that's my TV that's fading in and out, not my signal. This is a foal to Throwing Stones, a horse that's pretty good. It was 7 for 20 and had a lot of speed. This one ran 3rd in his last race and had a troubled trip. And today draws the rail. I think has a shot, an upset chance in race number 1. I hope I'm still on, as I'm getting weak signal on my TV. The 2, Hot Take Jake, looks to be the possible speed of the race. This one by Destin, out of an unraced mare by Distorted Humor, does have some breeding to him. Was an off-the-turf event back in May. I just think the horse ran very well to run 3rd in New York. Dangerous here. War Stride goes first time gelding for this race. Better bred for the turf, but I'll use them anyway. I'll go 1, 2, 5, 3 in race number 6. Am I back on? Yes. 1, 2, 5, 3. I hope you heard what I had said about this race. Painting Stones with a troubled trip in his debut. Like him better today, making his 2nd start. I thought he actually ran well despite the trip that he had. He seemed a little green too. 6-1 morning line on that one. All right, 7th race, a 5,000 claimer, going 6 furlongs. Remember, 9 today, 9 races. This one starts the pick 3. I thought this was one of the toughest races of the day. You can make a case for a few of them in here. I tend to lean toward, when you write this condition, Hours of 2 Cents a Date or never won 4 races. Generally speaking, you should get the tougher horses in the never won 2 Cents a Date. That isn't always the case, because you do have some up-and-comers in the 4 lifetime part of it. But I do like double shot going 5.5 furlongs to 6 furlongs today. I think that's going to make a big difference for his closing kick. And he doesn't mind an off track as well. He's an 8-time winner versus a bunch of 3-time winners in this race. It all depends on the pace. I know Cape Cod Gem looks to be the main speed from the inside, but Cape Cod Gem's got to go out there quickly. That's the way he runs from the rail. And I don't like the way he stopped last time, because Cape Cod Gem usually runs well fresh. I don't like to say that he may have needed a race and is sharper today. I usually say that for other horses. Problem is, Cape Cod Gem usually doesn't need a race. He runs well fresh. So he's the speed. I'm thinking that he's not going to last on the front end, but he might today because I liked him last time. That's just the way it goes. But I do like the fact that Double Shot gets more distance and made a nice move against Bustin' Pietri before flattening out. Last time, it was a tougher field, and the distance is too short, especially when you don't break that well, like Double Shot didn't break that well. Breaks better today, going 6 furlongs. It's going to give him a slight edge in here. Bay Bank I'm going to use for second. Bay Bank, a perfect 2 for 2 on off tracks. The only problem I had, and it was an interesting move, Emmanuel Di Diego opts to go to bottomless refill over a Jeremiah Engelhart horse. That scares me a little bit on this horse. Like, why would you go to bottomless refill over Bay Bank, who absolutely loves an off track? Now, bottomless refill has won 3 in a row, but hasn't really beaten anything yet. And this is a much tougher field, so I guess we'll find out. I did use bottomless refill for third, so it's not like I don't like the horse at all. But it may kind of scare you off Bay Bank a little bit that Di Diego opts to go here when this horse faces obviously the toughest field he's ever faced. But he's sharp right now. He's a perfect 3 for 3 at Finger Lakes. He's going to get bet off of that. He does have a good Tomlinson, at least for an off track of 405, but he's never raced on it. So we'll see. I mean, it was probably a tough choice for Di Diego, and Andre Worry climbs aboard Bay Bank anyway. Interesting to see. You gotta like them both, at least to hit the board in here. And then I gotta throw in the speed because it is Cape Cod Gem. Boss Holiday's got speed on the outside, but I don't know. He didn't break all that sharp and then rushed up last time, did Boss Holiday. I don't know what he's going to do from the outside. I think it hurt him. I think the poor start and then rushing up the way he did in a 4-horse field kind of hurt the chances of Boss Holiday, who ended up finishing off the board. And Beach Boy Al turned out to be much the best anyway. So it all depends on how much pressure Boss Holiday puts on Cape Cod Gem early. I think Cape Cod Gem's a lot faster than Boss Holiday, who might be up against it because of that. Boss Holiday does drop in class, so he's dangerous. But it seems like he wants to, in a lot of his races, he tries to be aggressive. I don't think he needs to be aggressive in this race from the outside. But again, I don't know what kind of tactics they're going to use with Boss Holiday. They lose the better rider, Jackie Davis. So, I don't know. I mean, if he breaks sharp, he's going to be tough for 5,000. All right, last 2 races. 8th race is the Columbus Day Sprint. Hopefully I haven't lost my signal again. Hopefully they'll figure out what's going on in the TV room. Scratch the 8, Isle Storm. I like the trip that I think Honest Banker is going to get in here because you got the 2 speeds of My Bronx Baby and Bustin' Roxy. And they both, and I think they'll be aggressive with Bustin' Roxy because Ferraro's got 2 of them in here. You got Bustin' Roxy and Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. So the last time those 2 were in, Bustin' Roxy was super aggressive, which kind of should hurt the chances of My Bronx Baby, who I really think is a nice horse, by the way. But I think she really gets hurt by the presence of Bustin' Roxy. I think Honest Banker is going to get a perfect trip in here behind the top 2 speed horses anyway. You look at it, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me doesn't have anything for early speed. So he's got the rail, so she's got the rail. So she's going to drop back early. My Bronx Baby and Bustin' Roxy are going to shoot to the front. Honest Banker is going to be able to, again, get the inside because Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me doesn't have much speed. So she's going to be able to sit a perfect pocket trip behind the 2 speeds. And she doesn't mind an off track, 2 for 3, and her best lifetime buyer has come on an off track. And she also comes off a really nice performance in her last start, where she's supposed to win that race. Obviously, she's a heavy favorite. She's supposed to win. But she did earn a good number and ran very well. But her best number is on and off track. She did lose to My Bronx Baby early in the year, but again, that's earlier in the year. I'm not so sure, even though my Bronx baby is a perfect 2 for 2 on the off track if she really likes it. She feels she was supposed to be, and she was life and death to do it last time that she was on an off track. Going to go the 2-1-4-5. I don't know if anybody could hear me right now if the signal is out. I'll just finish up quickly here. We scratched the 4, Manny Penny in the ninth. Exacta Try is super offered in the last. Going to take a shot with Hanini on the drop in class, even though his last couple races aren't that good. This one should absolutely love an off track. So I use Sons for Daughters as a little bit of a price for second. Off of a good number last time at the 11-9 level, he drops. Game Misconduct, don't know what to expect from him, but he should run better going long. And the 7th, Seminarian, comes off the artificial surface in his last start, but also moves to 5,000 after running at Presque Isle. I think he'll be a better horse going long on the dirt here at Finger Lakes. But I'm going to lean towards Sanini because he's got really nice numbers for the off track. But he's also kind of a tricky read because his last couple races haven't been as good. But notice, the only time this horse has won his best lifetime race was when he broke his maiden against special weights in the slop. So maybe the slop will wake this horse up a little, drop it to 5. Again, Sons for Daughters for Jacqueline Fogg at 6-1 might be good value too in the last, because his last race is very good behind Venge against the 11-9s, and he drops as well. Enjoy today's card. Again, kind of a dreary, miserable, rainy day for this Columbus Day. Always been a good day in the past here. Finger Lakes always have raced on Columbus Day since I've been here. Always enjoyed it. So enjoy your day off for this Columbus Day, playing some horses. 9 races today. We are going to continue live racing, even though we're expecting wet weather throughout the week. Next live day is going to be tomorrow when the 1 o'clock first post, and I'll see you then.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Big A Anthony Stabile here. Going to change things up a little bit today due to the weather. I'm going to be coming on before the horses at the track, and the horses are going to be coming to the track a little later than usual. They're going to hit the track at right around 2 minutes to post, so you'll have a handful of minutes to get your wagers in once the horses hit the racetrack. Sloppy, as you can see. Carry over in the pick six, $3,827. We'll kick that off. Dollar wager here at Finger Lakes. We'll kick that off in race number 3. 9-race card today. Pick 4's races 1 and 6. The pick 5 goes off in race 5. For those of you that didn't get a chance to jot it down, pick 4 ticket, early one. 3-7 with 2-3-6 with 4-6-7 with 2-5-9. That's good for $27, and we'll kick off the opener here with an allowance 2 life going 5.5, couple of scratches. I wound up on the bottom horse, the number 7. I got busted, who's probably the speed of the speed, and his best race by far was his debut back in February over a sloppy sealed track at the Big A. He went wire to wire, won by over 5 lengths. That was for trainer Chris Englehart. He now Paul Barrow does the conditioning up here at Finger Lakes. We haven't seen him. He was off a long layoff, February to the end of September. We didn't see him for over 7 months. Now he gets a pair of blinkers. We already know his affinity for a wet track. And being outside, if any of you got the speed in here, the 3 Stars and Stones, the 5 Big Baby Henry, try to go, he can be right, he can sit that trip. I believe he'll just blast off and go right to the top. The number 3 Stars and Stones has hit the board in 6 of his 7 tries so far in his career. The one time he was off the board, he was stuck on was a little bit of a dead rail back in late July. But it's going to be hard for him to get to the front over I Got Busted. I could see them running 1-2 around the racetrack here. And then finally the 5 Big Baby Henry, his best race by far in his career, came over a sloppy track when he broke his maiden 3 back. First time blinkers, first time sloppy track. In fact, it's the only time he's come close to hitting the board. He went wire to wire that day. Again, not as fast as Stars and Stones and I Got Busted. But we'll see what kind of trip Heeman Harkey could work out with the son of Ward Nancer. 7-3-5. I used just the 3 and 7 in the early pick. 4 again, 3-7 with 2-3-6 with 4-6-7 with 2-5-9. Good for $27. Again, horses are going to come out with about 2 minutes to post. Free PPs, fingerlakesgaming.com. Pick 6 carryover starts in race number 3, $3,827. We have a special 9-race card today, so pick 4 is in races 1 and 6. Pick 5 starts in race number 5. Best of luck on this Monday here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The field for the Monday openers out on the track. Scratch to 1, Cam Duke. The 2 is Gunman with Dalton Brown. The 3 is Stars and Stones. Cabercoa rides. Scratch to 4, Benji Brown. The 5 is Big Baby Henry with Heeman Harkey. The 6 is Profitability. Anthony Rodriguez is in the saddle. And the 7s I Got Busted with Jeremiah Flores. Early pick 4 and double start here. A little over 2 minutes to post for the opener. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the Monday openers made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to kick things off on this Columbus Day. Gunman goes in the Columbus Day Sprint. Later on, race number 8 on the 9-race card. Here's Stars and Stones. Big Baby Henry goes in. Don't forget, folks, you need PPs for today. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there, courtesy of Equibase's profitability. He won our first race of the 2024 meet. He goes in. And your favorite, I Got Busted's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Profitability to first to show. Stars and Stones did not get off to the best of beginnings. And now from the far outside, I Got Busted and Jeremiah Flores pedal to the metal. And they quickly open up a 3-length lead. It's all I Got Busted early. Big Baby Henry second, rushing up now. Stars and Stones after that awkward start. Back and forth is Profitability, and the trailer is Gunman 22-3. A blistering opening quarter there, set by I Got Busted. Stars and Stones on the outside. Moves up into second, just ahead of Big Baby Henry. Back and forth is Profitability. It's a long way back to Lone Gunman. He trails the field. He's 25 from the front. The field's off the turn into the stretch. It's all I Got Busted through a half and 46. I Got Busted. Hand ride Jeremiah Flores, a 3.5-length lead. Stars and Stones giving chase as they come to the 16th pole. But I Got Busted got to the lead early and improved his call at every position. I Got Busted by a half dozen. Then it was Stars and Stones, Profitability. Big Baby Henry rounds out the super, and 105 flat. Number 7, I Got Busted was first. 3, Stars and Stones second. 6, Profitability third. 5, Big Baby Henry finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 7, I Got Busted. He's a 3-year-old son of Bustin' Stones out of the distorted humor mare, Pamification, a New York bred. I Got Busted's owned by Roddy J. Valenti, Darlene Belinsky, and Richard Alfred. Trained by Paul Barrow, winning rider Jeremiah Flores. $2 exact to 7-3 and even $10. 50-cent try, 736, $3 and a quarter, and the 10-cent super, 7365, 85 cents. Race 2 comes up next. First pick 3 of the day kicks off in race 2. Scratch to 1A Sneeds, and the 5 Can't Beat Me. Here in race 2, scratch to 1A and 5. Post time for the second is in just over 22 minutes. Folks, 1 week from today, make plans to come on out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. It's our biggest racing card of the year. That's right, Monday, October 21st. The headline event is the $200,000 New York Breeders' Futurity. Other stakes races include the $50,000 Jack Better Be Right and the $50,000 Genesee Valley Breeders' Stakes. In addition, there'll be 4 claiming series finals, the $30,000 North Warning, the $25,000 Unhinged Ironman, the Mount Rushmore, and the Wise Awake. Also on Monday, if you're a member of DRF.com, free DRF PPs will be available. Just head on over to DRF.com to download those PPs. Of course, free PPs available each and every racing day over at FingerLakesGaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. And last but not least, The Wire will be serving $2 hot dogs and $1.50 fountain sodas all afternoon long. It's 4 claiming series finals, 3 stakes, $2 hot dogs, and $1.50 fountain sodas. That's Monday, October 21st. First post on Mondays and Tuesdays is 1 o'clock. So we'll see you next Monday at 1 p.m. It's our biggest day of the year at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
in the paddock for race number 2, and no doubt about that winner as the blinkers on. I got busted, able to love the off-going today and get the victory. Jeremiah Flores for Paul Barrow takes the opener. Scratch the 1A. Sneeds and the 5 Can't Beat Me out of race number 2. It's an 11-9 claimer. Now winners of 2 races since the date or never won 4 races. Some early money on the 3 Almendro. Almendro 7 for 9 in the top 3 on off tracks is the outside of the speed with production credit. Yeah, last race was not as good though. He ended up being up with the pace, made a move, and ended up fading to be 4th as a lukewarm favorite. Of course, he was in there with the last ace, who's pretty quick early. That was going the same distance of 5.5. He's good at this distance. 9 starts, 2 wins at the distance, and he's been consistently close at the 11-9 level. So he's one of a few you can make a case for. The 6-horse Devious Banker figures to get a trip in here with the speed of production credit from the inside, Almendro outside him, depending on what Almendro does. Almendro can be very fast if he breaks well, or he'll sit off and maybe slow down the pace a little bit. Devious Banker cuts back in distance out of a mile. His previous sprint race wasn't bad. He ran into Runaway Joke, who's basically a stakes horse. The horse that was 3rd, Convertible Freeze, stretched out and won his next start. And yeah, that was against Devious Banker. And Devious Banker really didn't fire in that mile race. So he gets some class relief, and he cuts back in distance to the 5.5. He could take advantage if this pace does take its toll. The other one to consider would be Sutton Breeze. Sutton Breeze beat Almendro right off the claim for Arcadio and Angel Lopez. Wasn't able to follow it up, though, and did bounce back with a good effort last time, running a second behind heavy favorite in Sky We Trust, basically passing some tired horses that day. One thing to say about Sutton Breeze, he's never missed the board on and off track. Let's see if that changes today. There's only 5 horses in race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 3 starts in this race. Scratch the 1A and the 5.
All right, first pick 3 of the afternoon kicks off in race 2. After I got busted, got a good aggressive ride from Jeremiah Flores. Took him flag fall to that's all in the Monday opener. You know, in my time here so far at Finger Lakes, I kind of felt like you didn't want speed on wet tracks, but they ran 1, 2, 3 around a racetrack just now, so we'll see how that translates and bodes for the rest of this afternoon's racing. 6-3-2 for me here. I went to Devious Banker, who is in for a tag for the first time in a long time. Jim Patine, Heeman Harkey teaming up here. This horse got good wet track figs, and he's the 3rd speed, cutting back from the mile. Not that he could keep up with production credit or Almendro to begin with, but you would figure whatever sprint speed he did have would be a little dulled going into this. We'll see if Heeman can keep him close enough. Again, outside draw. Saw production credit gun from that outside draw last time. I don't think he's fast enough. Like I said, we'll see what Heeman does from the outside draw. Almendro showed speed last time. He got caught in a little bit of a speed duel. Nutsy came and picked him up and laid him down late in the game. He's another one. Has had good races on all kinds of wet tracks. And we'll see if Jackie can shake free of production credit or vice versa. Production credit has the rail, plenty of speed, plenty of good wet track experience. He's back in for 11. He was in for the 11-2 back, and he got the job done by a neck. Paid $30 that day. He was considerably shorter in the allowance race last time and tired late in the game. We'll see if he can keep going from the rail draw today. 6-3-2 for me in race number 2. Again, the first pick 3 of the day kicks off here. Pick 6 starts in race number 3. Big dollar play, $3,800 carryover. That starts in race 3 from EPPs. Head to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're coming onto the track for race number 2. The field for race 2 is on the track. The 1 is Smooth Tails with Michael Davila Jr. Scratch the 1A Sneeds. The 2 is Production Credit with Emmanuel De Diego. The 3 is Almendro. Jackie Davis rides. The 4 is Sutton Breeze with Carlos Camilo. Scratch the 5, Can't Beat Me. And the 6 is Devious Banker with Heeman Harkey. Pick 3 wagering offered here in race 2. Post times in a little over 2 minutes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Production credit, the first to load. Followed by your current favorite, Almendro. Smooth Tails is next. Here's Sutton Breeze. Devious Banker's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes Almendro, and now production credit from the rail asserts himself. And these two go at it early on. They've already opened up 3 lengths on the duo of Devious Banker and Smooth Tail. Sutton Breeze lets them duke it out. He's 8 or 9 from the lead. Production credit inside, Almendro outside. These two full throttle to the far turn. Devious Banker moving up through a wicked 22-second opening quarter. It's Almendro outside of production credit. Trying to get closer is Devious Banker from the back. Sutton Breeze revs up, and now Smooth Tails trails. They come to the quarter pole. Almendro and production credit. There's plenty of room at the rail for Devious Banker. Heeman Harkey alters course and goes right up the inside. There goes Devious Banker to battle Almendro through a half and 46 and 3. Devious Banker, Almendro re-rallies down the center. Here comes Sutton Breeze. They're coming to the 16th pole. It's Almendro. Sutton Breeze is way out in the middle of the track, and Devious Banker's inside. Almendro, Devious Banker, Sutton Breeze, Almendro, and Devious Banker, Almendro. Almendro put his nose down over Devious Banker. Sutton Breeze was flying, but he'll have to settle for the show, though, in 106 and 1. Photo finish. Number 3, Almendro was first. 6, Devious Banker second. 4, Sutton Breeze third. 2, production credit finished fourth. Turning to the winner circles, the number 3, Almendro. He's an 8-year-old gelding, a son of Bustin' Stones out of the Roman ruler mare, Roman Renegade. A New York bred, Almendro's owned by Amapola Racing Corporation, trained by Stephen Ubink, winning rider Jackie Davis. 12 double 7-3, 16 even. $2 exacta 3-6, 15.80. 50-cent try, 3-6-4. A fin and a dime. $5.10 for you non-racetrackers out there. 10-cent super, 3-6-4 to $1.67. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. Today's pick 6 features a carryover of $3,827, and here are the changes for the remaining races. Here in race 3, scratch the 1A, Sweet Tooth Sue, and the 5, Sweet Sugar Baby. Take out the 1A and 5 from race number 3. In the 4th, scratch the 6, Hot Rod Lincoln. Race 4, scratch the 6. Race 5, scratch the 6, Knight of the Crown. Race 5, scratch the 6. Race 6, scratch the 4 with Dashing Speed, and the 6, Raleigh St. Clair. Race 6, scratch the 4 and 6. No scratches from race 7. Race number 8 is the Columbus Day Sprint. You can scratch the 8, Isle Storm. Race 8, scratch the 8. And in race 9, scratch the 4, Manny Penny. Race 9, scratch the 4. Post time for the 3rd, and the start of the pick 6 is in just over 20 minutes. Folks, the Breeders' Cup is a little over 2 weeks away, and we got a Breeders' Cup special for you here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Wager $10 to win, place, or show on any Breeders' Cup race on both Friday, November 1st, Saturday, November 2nd, and you'll receive $10 back in free gaming play. That's right, one redemption available each day. It must be a $10 win, place, or show wager to qualify for the redemption. And you get $10 back in free gaming play. In addition, on Saturday, November 2nd, $2 hot dogs and $4.25 domestic draft beer. All of the domestic draft beer, $4 1/4, $2 Wiggles. That's the Breeders' Cup special. Friday, November 1st. Saturday, November 2nd. The 41st Breeders' Cup World Championships. Come play them here with us, right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. All right, 7 minutes to post here as we get ready for the pick 6 today. Almendro attended that pace, so it looks like speed's been good today. I don't think you mind being inside either, as Devious Maker made a nifty move along the rail. All right, we go 2 turns for the first time. We'll see how that changes things. To the outside here, the number 7, Jessica's Race. For Paul Barrow, series of sprints, stretching out. She stretched out last year. She had run long down at Laurel a couple of years ago. Her one race going a mile was a win. And it didn't earn a very big buyer speed figure, but it is worth noting that she's 0 for 8 on fast tracks and 2 for 9 with a second and a third on wet tracks. So we'll see Jeremiah Flores, Paul Barrow looking to team up for number 2 on the afternoon. They're, Sweet Tooth Sue came out of here in Sweet Sugar Baby. Dr. Gianelli has some speed, but you got to remember that.
All right, horses are getting ready here for
Jessica's
race number 3.
And Flores I got busted on our front end. We'll see if he does the same here. Jessica's Race was a square price with about 8 minutes to post at 4-1. The number 4, Dr. Gianelli. Like I said, maybe Dr. Gianelli goes right to the top. Got a win on a good track last time from just off the pace. But they went pretty quick, that opening panel, and she was not far from it at all. Bustin' Stone's already 2 for 2 on the day. See if he can make it perfect 3 as a sire. I would imagine that Emmanuel De Diego is going to be aggressive and try to get this filly to the on or close to the lead. And we'll see how far, if she gets to the top, she can take them. Finally, the number 6, your current slight favorite, Mucho Mamma Mia. She's had a lot of starts and stops, just 3 races so far this year. One of them was a win going on 1 turn mile at the Big A and a 2 life for $16,000. That race makes her competitive here. Her 2 turn form, she has a race at Lone Star when she was still a maiden. She's raced here at Finger Lakes. She finished 3rd. She was well out the back that day. They went quick early, but another one I can't really get a gauge on. I don't know where she's going to be here early, and she's never run on a wet track. 5-year-old daughter of Mucho Macho Man. Didn't get started till late in her 3-year-old year, middle of her 3-year-old year, and then another one with a lot of starts and stops on her card. I don't necessarily trust her, especially at that price. 746 for me. See if we get Jessica's Race. 2 wins on the day for Paul Barrow and Jeremiah Flores. Best of luck. If you're playing the pick 6, it starts here. Pool's already over $6,000.
So they're going on the track for the 3rd race. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3, and the Pick 6 starts with this race.
The field for race 3 is on the track. The 1 is MAS Screws with Anthony Rodriguez. Scratch the 1A, Sweet Tooth Sue. The 2 is Sweet Sensation with Dalton Brown. The 3 is Raw Power with Luis Perez. The 4 is Dr. Gianelli. Emmanuel De Diego rides. Scratch the 5, Sweet Sugar Baby. The 6 is Mucho Mamma Mia with Andre Worry. And the 7 is Jessica's Race with Jeremiah Flores. Pick 6 starts here for $1. Post times in just over 2 minutes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Get those pick 6 tickets in. The field for race 3, the start of today's $1 pick 6, has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Sweet Sensation, the first to load, followed by Raw Power. Here's MAS Screws. Dr. G and Alley's up next. Current favorite, Mucho Mamma Mia. Dr. G and Alley a little reluctant. Spectacular gate crew here at Finger Lakes gets her in as Mucho Mamma Mia loads. Current favorite, like I said. Final one in is Jessica's Race. They're in the gate. Settle down. And they're off. Off a little slowly. There was the favorite, the number 6, Mucho Mamma Mia. Not off slowly was Dr. G and Alley, who goes to the lead. MAS Screws to the inside second. Floated 3 or 4 wide on that first turn is Jessica's Race. Along the inside, their Sweet Sensation split by Raw Power. To the outside, Mucho Mamma Mia is 6 lengths from the lead after that bit of a tardy beginning. MAS Screws finds her way to the front end, just a half length, maybe a neck, in front of Dr. G and Alley through an opening quarter and a sensible 25 seconds flat. Jessica's Race being towed into things through the slow fractions, widest of all in third, now all the way up into second as MAS Screws backpedals just a tad. Sweet Sensation, then Dr. G and Alley, and it's 4 or 5 wide for Mucho Mamma Mia as they make their way to the far turn. They really bunched here. It's just 3 lengths from front to back. Dr. G and Alley, Emmanuel De Diego starts to encourage her to get some separation, but Jessica's Race, Jeremiah Flores looking for a double, not letting her get away through a half and 49 flat. They pick the tempo up there as Jessica's Race makes the lead. Battling right back, Dr. G and Alley. From the back, Raw Power tries to rev up, MAS Grooves is done. Not today for Mucho Mamma Mia and Sweet Sensation Trails. 3/4, 115. Off the turn, into the stretch. Dr. Gianelli trying to see it through. Jessica's Race with dead aim if good enough. Down the center's Raw Power. Jessica's Race just went right to the throat latch of Dr. Gianelli. In the meantime, Raw Power keeps coming. Dr. Gianelli's almost home. Raw Power, her main danger. Dr. Gianelli past the 16th pole. Raw Power, dead aim. Dr. Gianelli, Raw Power. Raw Power got her. Right on the money. Then it was Dr. Gianelli close for third. Either Mucho Mamma Mia or Jessica's Race in 144 and 1. Photo finish. Number 3, Raw Power was first. 4, Dr. Gianelli second. 7, Jessica's Race third. 6, Mucho Mamma Mia finished fourth. Race 3 is official. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 3, Raw Power. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Hard Spun. Out of the Not For Love man, Rockin' and Wolin. A New York bred, Raw Power is owned and trained by Rachel Sells. Winning rider, Luis Perez. $2 double, 3-3, 14.60. $2 exacta, 3-4, 17.60. 50-cent try, 3-4-7, $12.62. And the 10-cent super, 6-5, 3-4-7-6, $6.57. Race 4 comes up next. Pick 3 starts here in race 4. Scratch the 6, Hot Rod Lincoln. Race 4, scratch the 6. Post time for race number 4 is in just over 19 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 4. Pretty good finish to the third as Louie and Rachel team up to get the victory in there to start off the $1 pick 6. All right, number 1-3 condition is the 4th, a 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. We're going to start at pick 3 with this race. Remember, the pick 5 starts in race number 5 with the 9 race card. So let's analyze this race. We do scratch the 6 Red Hot Link, and that only helps a horse like the 5 Busting Credit. With Blue Lieutenant taking the blinkers off, and obviously sending to the front isn't working for that horse, and they got a jockey change on that one as well. I would expect their Busting Credit maybe to be able to get the front end, because I don't think Blue Lieutenant's going to be as aggressive with a new rider and the blinkers off today. So that might only help Busting Credit. The problem with Busting Credit lately is he just doesn't seem to be the same horse as he was when we saw him last year. Now, one of those races that he ran this year, especially the one on the off track, was against Runaway Joke. You could forgive that effort for Busting Credit. The next couple starts, they aren't as good. I mean, this one just hasn't been firing the way he was firing last year and finished off the board. So he gets a little class relief today, dropping to 5,000. As mentioned, he chased a little more last time. Casual Kitten got the jump on everybody. He went out there, then backed off and tried to come on again and flatten out. He's out of a dam by Scarlet Ibis. He's by Bustin' Stones. He should actually like an off track, even though the 2 starts he has at the board. One of them was against Runaway Joke. Broken Heart is an interesting one. The 2 horse getting some play. He also drops to the $5,000 level. Last time is 17-1. Actually made a nice move. And then, I don't know if he was getting in a little bit on Diego, but looked like he called it a day early and ended up finishing off the board. And Broken Hearted at 5,000 has got to be considered. Last time this horse ran in the slop, ran a good second back in August. So definitely a playable horse, especially if the pace backs up. Looks to be the other main threat in race number 4. The 9 Ripe for Mischief might be against it if there isn't any pace in here. This one is truly a late runner. Is 1 for 1 on an off track, and that was to break his maiden for 5,000. But if the pace does develop, another one to consider. Misawa also steps up on the off track. That's the 7 horse. He's going to be a big price in here. His form isn't that good, but he does run better on the off track. Actually, the horse has not missed the board in 4 starts on the off track, and he's currently at odds of 20-1. So this 4th race, we are going to start a pick 3. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double is also available in here. Got about 5 minutes to post.
The field for race 4 is on the track. The 1 is Pure Crazy Groove with Nazario Alvarado. The 2 is Broken Hearted with Joel Cruz. The 3 is Blue Lieutenant. Carlos Camilo rides. The 4 is Lucky Mucho Man with Anthony Rodriguez. The 5 is Bustin' Credit with Jeremiah Flores. Scratch the 6, Hot Rod Lincoln. The 7 is Misawa with Heeman Harkey. The 8 is Uncle Vic with Andre Wari. And the 9 is Ripe for Mischief with Jose Baez. All right, I went to the number 9 here, Ripe for Mischief. Lone try on a wet track resulted in a victory in the maiden ranks last year, closing week. Came back, got the job done right off the bench, and this horse has run for a nickel twice and won both times. Well, guess what? He's back in for a nickel today. So I am going to select him. 2 for 5 here at Finger Lakes, 0 for 13 elsewhere. He's in the right spot. He gets a good setup, and he's the right price. You know, if you want to go shopping for prices, these are the races to do at the bottom level race horses. Not one is a 3, the dated races. So that's what I do. I went shopping for a price. I found Ripe for Mischief. The 5, Bustin' Credit, makes a lot of sense. Dropping in from the 11s to the 5. He has never raced for 5,000, but he was going to be over bet, and he's 2 to 1. And he probably should be around that price, but, you know, he's 2 for 14 in his career, and hasn't won since the waiver, so, you know, since his freshening. And his races have kind of went backwards a little bit, so we'll see if Paul Barrow can get him back on the straight and narrow. Also wasn't too impressed with his 2 wet track races, so we'll see if Bustin' Credit can appreciate the drop in class here. And then finally the 2, Broken Hearted, third start off the claim for Tim Murphy. He claimed him for a nickel. He won the 11-2 life. The 3 life was a little tough, right back in. Tim Murphy's won a lot of races at this meet because these horses are placed right. 9-5-2 here as the 2 and 5 battle for favoritism. We'll try and upset them a bit with the 9, Ripe for Mischief. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 4 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Pure Crazy Groove goes forward. Followed by your current favorite, Broken Hearted. Blue Lieutenant, appropriately in all blue, goes in. Here's Lucky Mucho Man. Bustin' Credit goes forward. Misawa in the green blinkers. Uncle Vic goes in. The last to load is Ripe for Mischief. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ripe for Mischief, there's Lucky Mucho Man and Blue Lieutenant Carlos Camillo sending him hard. Between Bustin' Credit gets to the lead as well. Now Bustin' Credit gets the lead over Blue Lieutenant. Gap of 2.5 to Lucky Mucho Man, who's shadowed by Ripe for Mischief. Between rivals is Broken Hearted. Along the inside, there's Pure Crazy Groove. Just passed by Misawa. Uncle Vic's at the back of the back, 22-4. Bustin' Credit fought his way to the lead over the Blue Lieutenant as they make their way onto the far turn. From the back, Misawa and Heeman Harkey revving up here. Just went past Broken Hearted. Then we have the duo of Ripe for Mischief and Lucky Mucho Man as the field makes their way to the quarter pole, led by Bustin' Credit. The half went in 46-4. Off the turn and into the stretch. Bustin' Credit, Blue Lieutenant rides the rails and tries to re-rally. Misawa down the center, Broken Hearted. Joel Cruz trying to find a path for him, but they come past the 8th pole and down to the 16th pole. And Bustin' Credit and Jeremiah Flores well on their way to getting a double for trainer Paul Barrow. It's all Bustin' Credit. He's going to win it by 5. Good fight for second here. Looked like Blue Lieutenant over Misawa, then Broken Hearted in 113-1. Number 5, Bustin' Credit was first. It's a photo for second. Number 3, Blue Lieutenant was second. 7, Misawa third. 2, Broken Hearted fourth. 5-3-7-2 here in race 4. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 5, Bustin' Credit. 5-year-old gelding's the son of Bustin' Stones. He sired 3 winners already on today's card. Out of the Scarlet Ibis mare, crediting a New York bred. Bustin' Credit's owned and trained by Paul Barrow, his second win of the day, along with his rider, Jeremiah Flores. $2 double 3-5, $9.50. $2 exact to 5-3, $40.60. 50-cent try 537, 127 even. 10-cent super 5372, $75.15. 50-cent pick 3, 335, $6.40. And the 50-cent pick 4, 7335, $18.12. Race 5 comes up next. It starts today's pick 5. Here in the 5th, scratch the 6, Knight of the Crown. Race 5, scratch the 6, Knight of the Crown. Post time for race 5 is in just over 21 minutes. Folks, don't forget to come out Monday, week from today, October 21st, for our biggest card of the year. Highlight is the $200,000 New York Breeders' Futurity, a couple of $50,000 stakes as well, the Jack Better Be Right, and the Genesee Valley Breeders. In addition, there'll be 4 claiming series finals, the North Warning, Unhinged Ironman, Mount Rushmore, and Wise Awake. We'll have $2 hot dogs and $1.50 fountain sodas. And if you are a DRF.com member, DRF.com will be offering complimentary Finger Lakes past performances on Monday. That's this Monday, a week from today, October 21st. 4 claiming series finals, 3 stakes, $2 hot dogs, $1.50 fountain sodas all afternoon long down at the wire right here, Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
All right, Mr. Post for race number 5. And yeah, busting credit as the speed drops and pops, drops in class. Actually got 2-speed number. Blue Lieutenant ran well with the blinkers off, just trying to keep up with busting credit, able to hold on for that second place position. Long shot Masawa, who still has not missed the board on and off track. That was a good long shot to play off of if you're playing tries and supers. But busting credit gets the victory. Jeremiah Flores, 4 barrels, already got 2 on the day. All right, 5th race. It is the non-winners of 2 cents a day or never won 4 races. Start off with Flash Kiss. And this is a Florida bred that is okay on and off track. Ran a good second behind Jitter Juice when Jitter Juice had everything his own way. Still should have beat him at the last part of that race. But Jitter Juice able to come back on. And then last time was too close to the pace. Was asked early and was up close to the 47 and never really got a chance to settle during that race and still ran well to be 3rd. A little tougher race today, though, for Flash Kiss. He'll have to run down some of the other speed in here. But as long as he handles the track, this horse, you got to figure, is going to be a contender in race number 5. The 2, Ginsu Warrior, is at 6-1 morning line, but this one takes a significant drop. The last couple of races haven't been as good for Ginsu Warrior, and if it is because of the off track, it's tough to like him today, but I think he might be able to handle this racetrack at the $5,000 level, and that's the real key for Ginsu Warrior. You'd like him more in a fast track, because if that's the excuse you're going to use, that his form has gone awry because of the good racetracks, and he hasn't won on an off track in his career. He's actually 0 for 7. So this will be the real test, how he handles the track today, because he's at the $5,000 level, and you would expect Ginsu Warrior to run well against these rivals. Again, it's all about how you handle the track. Another horse that's been facing tougher, Goldini, gets some class relief. This is a Kentucky bred dropping in for 5,000. This one by Golden Sense out of a dam by Bernardini. I mean, very well-bred horse is Goldini, but the form on this one isn't good. I mean, this horse hasn't had good form since being claimed for 12.5 back in March. Hasn't hit the board. So maybe this is a good level for him and could wake up running at the bottom here after facing some tough open $10,000 claimers. Got to mention the 4 Raw Courage for former jockey Adil Khan. This one coming off a victory. Looked good. And it's tough to say how good this horse is because he was dropping in class when he got the victory. So he did what he had to do. He stays at the $5,000 level. It wasn't like he wasn't competitive at the 11-9. He was. But he dropped to get the win, dropping down to 5,000 last time. And tougher task today because the race looks tougher. But I would think that Raw Courage would be another one to consider if you're playing pick fives, if you're going to spread a little bit in this race, because he's certainly not out of it coming off the recent victory. You got Jitter Juice in here, who's performed well on off tracks. 4 of his 5 career wins have been on off tracks. And you also got Buck Wild, who's getting some play off a couple top 3 finishes. So we got Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 5 starting in race number 5. They're about to go on the track for this one. You got about 5 minutes to post.
field for race 5 is coming out onto the track. To a sun-splashed track, I might add. Good to see the sun. Number 1's Goldini. Heeman Harkey rides. The 2 is Ginsu Warrior with Emmanuel De Diego. Here's the 3, Flash Kiss, with Andre Worry. The 4 is Raw Courage. Michael DeVilla Jr. rides. The 5 is Buck Wild with Luis Perez. Scratch the 6, Knight of the Crown. The 7's Maceta with Jackie Davis. She's looking for a riding double, as is Luis Perez. And the 8's the old Jitter Juice with Carlos Camilo. All right. Happy birthday to one of our stewards, Ron Walker. He doesn't have any butterflies in his stomach for a 4:08 first pitch for the Mets today because he's a Brewers fan. Happy birthday, Ron. Flash Kiss should be forward and has raced well enough in his wet track try here at the Lakes 2 starts back when he just got beat by the aforementioned Jitter Juice, who's a much more generous 7-1 than his 2-1. Still, I think the trip will play the role here. He's hit the board on all 4 at Finger Lakes, all 3 at the distance, and a good second on a good track. I'll take the 3 Flash Kiss to 5 Buck Wild, 7-2. If he was a bigger price, I would tell you to take a little swing with him. He'll need a little help up front, but he's closed nicely in his last 2. This is his 3rd start since a little bit of a break on July 4th. And the 2 route races, I think, much better than anything he's done sprinting. 2 of his 4 career wins have come on wet tracks. We'll put him 2nd. And then to the rail, the 1 Goldini ships in from the Big A. He's had some really good races on wet tracks in the past. His form has obviously eluded him for a while since the claim, and even before that, Rudy Rodriguez was the last one to do any good with him. He hasn't hit the board since leaving Rudy's barn on March 24th. 3-5-1. We'll see if Flash Kiss can take him gate to wire here in the 5th. The 50-cent pick 5 starts here. Best of luck if you're playing. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Get those pick 5 tickets in. The field for race 5, the start of today's 50-cent pick 5, has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Aqueduct Invader Goldini, the first to load in. Ginsu Warriors up next. Here's Flash Kiss, current favorite. Followed by Raw Courage. Buck Wild goes forward. A couple of long shots round out the field. Masetta and Jitter Juice. They're in the gate. And they're off. Brought his head up at the start a bit. There was the one Goldini. Ginsu Warrior, Manuel de Diego hustling him. And from the far outside, here's Jitter Juice and Carlos Camillo. They win the battle into that first turn. They have a length on Ginsu Warrior, who acquiesces in second. There's Flash Kiss and Raw Courage as a team. To their insides, Goldini. And then Buck Wild and Masetta trails. He's about 8 from the front. It's Ginsu Warrior and Jitter Juice alternating on the lead through an opening quarter and a pretty quick 24 seconds flat. It's a gap of 4 lengths back to Flash Kiss, who's in third. 2 more to the inside to Goldini, who overcame that start. Then we come back to Raw Courage, Masetta, and Buck Wild's at the back of the pack, a dozen from the leader. And the leader now is Ginsu Warrior through a half and 48 flat. Identical opening quarters here. Ginsu Warrior. Here comes a re-engaging Jitter Juice. 3 deep Flash Kiss. 4 wide Goldini as the field makes their way along the far turn here in Farmington. It's still Ginsu Warrior. Not for long. Jitter Juice just took the lead away. Flash Kiss trying to follow that move. Heeman Harkey's all over Goldini from the back. Buck Wilds past a couple of rivals through 3 quarters and 1:13 and 2. They come off the turn and into the stretch, and Flash Kiss emerges with the lead. Jitter Juice tries to stay with him. Wide off the turn was Goldini. Ginsu Warrior battles on. Then Buck Wild and Raw Courage from the back. They come to the 8th pole. Flash Kiss, Andre Worry starting to shake the reins and open up a 3 or 4 length lead. It's all Flash Kiss coming down to the line here. Second is going to go to Jitter Juice. It was a long way back to third. Tight for third. Looks like Ginsu Warrior held. Raw Courage was there in a photo for fourth with Goldini in 1:45 and 2. Number 3, Flash Kiss was first. 8, Jitter Juice second. It's a photo for third. Photo for third goes to number 2, Ginsu Warrior. Fourth to the 1, Goldini. 3-8-2-1 here in race 5 at Finger Lakes. Race 5 is official. Return to the winner's circles, the number 3 Flash Kiss. 5-year-old gelding's the son of Cheetu out of the Orientate Mare Lipstick Traces. Flash Kiss is owned by Currah Stables and trained by Jeremiah Engelhart. Winning rider, Andre Worry. $2 double, 5-3, $11. $2 exact, the 3-8, 80 even. 50-cent try, 3-8-2, 77.50. 10-cent super, 3-8-2-1, $45, 45 cents. And the 50-cent pick 3, 3-5-3, $7, 20 cents. Race 6 comes up next. It's the start of today's late pick 4. Here in race 6, you can scratch the 4 with Dashing Speed and the 6, Raleigh St. Clair. Race 6, scratch the 4 and 6. No changes in race 7. Race 8, you can scratch the 8, Isle Storm. That's the Columbus Day Sprint, everyone. And in race 9, scratch the 4, Manny Penny. Race 9, scratch the 4. Post time for the 6. The start of the late pick 4 is in just over 19 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 6. Much better trip for Flash Kiss this time. Last time was hustled and was up way too close to the pace. Today sat a really nice trip under Andre Worry and gets the victory for Jeremiah Engelhart, who's in the house today. That one gets the win, a $5 winner in race number 5, and gets revenge on Jitter Juice, who is the one that defeated him earlier in the year on the good racetrack. All right, 6th race, we do start the late pick 4. And this is a good one. I thought this was very competitive. Last pick 4 of the day. Exactitry Super and Daily Double offered. We scratched the 4 with Dashing Speed. Starts off with a pretty good maiden special weight here, going 5.5. We also scratched the 6 Raleigh St. Clair. Look at a couple of them here. I see the 5 War Stride getting a lot of the early money. This one's sent in by George Weaver. I guess there's some things to be uncertain of. War Stride goes first time gelding, has been off since January, so will make his first start as a gelding here. Does have a half that won a stake over in France, but this one probably better more for turf than he is for dirt. But of course his recent form on the dirt isn't that bad. When he ran in December, he ran a good second place finish against open maidens at Aqueduct, and that's the big thing. Those are open maidens, not restricted for New York bred, so really nice company that this horse has been up against. But now arrives here against these maidens. If he can run to his form earlier this year, yeah, he'll beat these, but that's a lot of ifs, and this one's at odds of 3 to 4. One I took as a little bit of an upset is the one Painting Stones, watching his trip in his debut. Seemed like a very troubled trip, and did finally make a move before fading. Actually was DQ'd and placed 5th for an infraction in that race. Probably bred to go a little bit further. So actually 6 furlongs with the Bust and Stones seems like a good distance. But he shortens up today to 5.5. He didn't break all that sharp that race either. But this is a full to Throwing Stones, who did show a lot of speed, especially early in his career. So maybe this one at 5.5 could show a little more speed. You know, Throwing Stones had a good overall record, 7 wins in 20 starts. So I can see some improvement from Painting Stones. Obviously, War Stride runs his race. They're not going to beat him, but I have my hesitations with that. And that's why I didn't use him on top. But he's a big favorite. The 2-horse is Hot Take Jake. Talked about Painting Stones maybe showing a little more speed today with a better break, but Hot Take Jake did show some good speed in his debut in an off-the-turf event back in May. And ran a good 3rd against the New York bred maiden claimers. Obviously, that's an easier spot than what War Stride was going up against. But this one arrives here, has been training here at Finger Lakes, and it's another one by Destin. Destins have been doing very well all season here at Finger Lakes. The other one that is would expect to get a little play, isn't at all, is 7th race Shake. Of course, is bred for more turf and synthetic than he is for dirt, but his first start in the mud wasn't too good. He hasn't shown much, but does face Finger Lakes competition for the first time. So that's some of the contenders for race number 6. We start the late pick 4 with this race. Scratch the 4 and 6.
The field for race 6 is coming out onto the track. The 2 is Hot Take Jake. Jackie Davis. The 3 is 7th Race Shake with Jeremiah Lingelhart. The 5 is Warstride with Kabakoa. Scratch the 4 with Dashing Speed. And the 6, Raleigh St. Clair. The 7 is Paint the Line with Dalton Brown. The 8 is Solo Flight with Nazario Alvarado. The 9 is 5 Destinations. Emmanuel De Diego rides. And out on the clubhouse turns the number 1, Painting Stones with Jeremiah Flores. Before I give my selections, trainer Arcadio Lopez, please contact the clerk of scales. Arcadio Lopez, please call the clerk of scales. Painting Stones had an interesting debut. Kind of broke a little slow, rushed up, banged a couple of horses around, made a lead, banged another horse around, got tired late. I thought, I'll tell you what, he got 3 races of experience in 1 race. And he gets a month between starts now, really 5 weeks. He draws the rail. I would imagine if he breaks sharply, he's going to be on or close to the lead in here. I know Hot Take Jake's pretty fast, but let's see what Painting Stones does from the inside. The 2 Hot Take Jake ships in from Aqueduct. He ran for 40. First time for Ronnie Breed Jr. today. Came out of a weird race. I don't know what to do with that race. The winner was a huge price. He showed speed and tired. I don't know what to do with this horse, to be honest with you. There was a big push on this horse too. First time he ran, and he ran well. He just didn't run well enough to get the money. And then the 5, 3 to 5 on the number 5 Warstride, fresh gelding. One of clearly the worst race on dirt, came in the slop. Now he's a fresh gelding. He makes the ship up here. We haven't seen him since January. If you want him at 1 to 2, have at it. I wouldn't bet this horse at 1 to 2. He can win by 5, and I would not be upset not betting him at 1 to 2. 1, 2, 5 for me. Kicks off the late pick 4. Best of luck here in race 6. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Get those late pick 4 tickets in now. The field for race number 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Going to load out of order here. 7th race Shake goes in first, post 3. Here goes Painting Stones to the inside draw. Hot Take Jake goes between those two. In then out. Now he goes in. As 7th race Shake acts up a bit. Andre Worry off 7th race Shake. As the favorite War Stride goes forward. Worry climbs back aboard the 3. 7th race Shake. Paint the Line goes in. Putting some buffers in the gate for the number 3 7th race Shake. Family had a lot of buffers, Senator. That's 5 destinations in the 6 furlong chute being walked to the gate. Delay in the load here. Three to 5 now on the number 5 War Stride. As the load commences again. Paint the Line goes in at a big price. Solo Flight's a big price as well. Five destinations to the outside stall. They're in the gate. And they're off. 5 destinations, last in, first out. There goes Painting Stones right to the lead. Painting Stones opens up a 2.5 length lead. The favorite War Stride whipping and driving to keep up in second. He's 2.5, 3 from the front. Back in third is Hot Take Jake. Then the trio of Paint the Line and Solo Flight and 5 destinations. And 7th race Shakes at the back of the pack. He's already 20 from the lead. Painting Stones 22 and 3. Painting Stones moving right along War Stride. Kabakoa just keeps chasing after the favorite. He's making a little bit of an impact now. They've opened up 6 or 7 on Hot Take Jake. Along the rail, Solo Flight's making up ground from the back. Keep an eye on 7th race Shake as well. He was far back early. He's about 10 from the front. The field comes off the turn and into the stretch. Painting Stones through a half in 46 and 3. Maintains a 2-length lead. Barreling down at him is War Stride. From the back comes Hot Take Jake, but they're in deep stretch now. Painting Stones is on his hands and knees. Here comes War Stride after him. Painting Stones, War Stride, Painting Stones, War Stride, Painting Stones, and War Stride. I think War Stride got him. That got real tight. War Stride may have gotten him. Then Painting Stones was there along the inside. Solo Flight maybe for the show dough, and 106 and 1. That's a photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 5, War Stride was first. 1, Painting Stone second. 8, Solo Flight third. 3, 7-3 Shake fourth. 5-1-8-3 unofficial in race 6. Making his way to the winner's circle for the first time is the 5, War Stride. 4-year-old gelding is the son of Tamar Cruz out of the Seeking the Gold mare, Mudraka. War Stride's owned by Daniel Thoroughbreds LLC, trained by George Weaver, winning rider Cabricoa, and it's official. $2 double 3-5, $9.50. $2 exact, the 5-1, $6.70. 50-cent try, 5-1-8, $20 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 5-1-8-3, $34 and a quarter. And the 50-cent pick 3, 5-3-5, $4.20. Race 7 comes up next. Final pick 3 of the day kicks off in race 7. No scratches or jockey changes. Post time for the 7th is in just over 26 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late rider change here in race number 7. The 6, Riley B, will now be ridden by Dalton Brown. Dalton Brown rides the 6, Riley B, here in race 7.
All right, 9 minutes to post for race number 7. What a finish to the 6. Painting Stones did get the lead. He showed why he's full to throwing stones. He got out there and laid it down, and Warstride chased him all the way around the track and finally caught him right at the wire. He ran good enough off of that layoff since January. Kiberkoa chased him home and got the win for George Weaver, but a good finish. Came down to right to the wire, won by a nose in race number 6. 7th race of 5,000 claimers. Onwards of 2 races since the day or never won 4 races. Good competitive race in here. Probably depends on the pace flow in this one. You see a lot of early money on Baybank. I did take a little bit of a shot on the 3 double shot, who's at odds of 9-2. He's a late runner in here, so it's going to be a question of getting enough of a pace. You know, Cape Cod Gem is the speed on the inside, so he's got to try to run that one down, especially if Boss Holiday's able to keep up with that one early. Double shot goes from 5.5 furlongs to 6 furlongs, and that could be the key here, getting that extra half furlong for his late kick. He got into a contention in that race on September 16th, but just couldn't get to Buston Pietre, who ran a big race. Still closed by and finished ahead of Baybank, who's right now the favorite. Last race, yeah, he didn't have any shot in there after getting off slow. Tried to make a late move, but never really had a chance to get his legs kicking in there after the bad break, and they didn't really come back to him either, although Fire Down Below did rallied a good race, but that one was a good one in that condition. He's okay on an off track, and the big thing is, here's an 8-time winner against a bunch of horses that are in for the 4 lifetime. And I think that matters here, especially if he can get a pace. It's just his running style. He's always at the mercy of the pace. So 6 furlongs today might be better than the 5.5 that he's run the last couple starts. Baybank, very logical contender in here. This one won on an off track, going 5.5, a little bit shorter back in July. He's had 2 starts since. Hit the board last time in that same race as Double Shot and ran right with Double Shot in that race. So the thing about Baybank is, if you're just going off the numbers, he's a perfect 2 for 2 on and off track. Obviously, that has a lot to do with who he's up against. This is a tough group for 5,000, but he's got to be considered a contender. You know, he doesn't mind an off track when you got a record like that. The 7 bottomless refills where Diego goes to, as he rode Baybank last time, but this one's looking for 4 in a row. Didn't beat much last time, but he did draw away from those inferior rivals, and he did come home in a pretty decent time as well in 105. So, I mean, he's undefeated in the 3 starts that he's run here at Finger Lakes. He's done nothing wrong, and he's definitely got some breeding for the off track. This will be the first time ever competing with moisture in the track, but a 405 Tomlinson hints that he shouldn't mind it at all. So he's another player in here, and he's at odds of 5-1, not getting much for action, despite looking for that 4th consecutive wins. I got to mention Cape Cod Gem because he is the inside speed of the race. Now, he hasn't won on an off track, and his last race wasn't that good at this 6 furlong distance. He was off the layoff, but he's usually run well fresh. He's been run very well fresh in the past. One of the reasons I liked him last time, and he just stopped badly. He did go pretty quick first quarter for the day. If he can get out there and not have to go as fast, and maybe it'll be the odd chance that maybe he did need that particular race and run better today. He's dangerous with his inside speed, and he's at odds of 9-1. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts with race number 7.
As the field comes out to the track for race 7, please note we have a late scratch in the 9th race today. Race 9, scratch to 9, Dancing with Jake. Late scratch to 9, Dancing with Jake. Win, play, show, exact, the tri-suit was all refunded. Used them in the pick 4, the pick 5, or the pick 6. You get the favorite as final odds again, late scratch to 9. Dancing with Jake in race 9. And now here's the field for race 7. The 1 is Cape Cod Gem with Joel Cruz. The 2 is Baybank with Andre Worry. The 3 is Double Shot, Michael DeVilla Jr. rides. Here's the 4, Follow the Signs with J.M. Rohina. The 5 is Fighter Kite with Carlos Camilo. The 6 is Riley B. Note the rider change to Dalton Brown. The 7 is Bottomless Refill with Emmanuel De Diego. And the 8 is Boss Holiday with Oliver Calderon. All right, I went to the 2 Bay Bank here, even money favorite. Maya and Worry looking to team up for 2 on the day. Emmanuel De Diego stays with the 7 Bottomless Refill. We'll get to him in a minute. Baybank's certainly going to be closer. 2 for 2 on wet tracks. All 3 wins have come here at Finger Lakes. And, yeah, he is forward. He's got Cape Cod Jen, who is inside, who has some speed. And then, other than that, really, there's not a lot going on. Maybe Boss Holiday with some gas on the far outside. We'll see how he's ridden today. Oliver Calderon going to climb back aboard. He had 3 consecutive seconds before he finished 4th last time with Jackie aboard. Regular riders back today, though. I took the favorite here, Baybank. It was hard for me to get past him. The 7 Bottomless Refills looking to do something that's really, really hard to do. And that's win 4 in a row at the nickel level. And I say that's hard to do because the horses that are bottom rungs of the claiming ladder, holding their form and consistency is something that's rare. He's been amazing because he's gotten some decent paces and some moderate paces, and he just keeps coming. He doesn't get a fast pace. He might get a real fast pace today. We'll see if when an Incinerator comes running them down. And he has a wonderful wet track pedigree alternation out of a pulpit mare. He's a nice price at 9-2. And then finally, if you're looking for a long shot in here, the 4 Follow the Signs. He has a win on a wet track. He has some decent races on wet tracks too, especially locally. I would give him a long look at that number. He's 14-1. He's one of the biggest prices on the board. I would give him a long look at that price. 274 in the 7th. That kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Best of luck if you're playing. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Cape Cod Gem goes in. Baybank goes forward. Good luck, Ma. Here's double shot. Follow the signs at 25-1 going in the gate. Could be bigger. Here's Fighter Kite. And Riley B. Bottomless refill looking for 4 in a row here at the Lakes. Boss Holiday the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. A little slow there at the start was double shot. He's at the back where he usually is. They're scrambling up front. Cape Cod Gem blasts off from the rail. Quickly opens up a length and a half on Baybank and Boss Holiday, who are both under rides in second. Far outside, 6 or 7 back to Bottomless Refill, who moved up into fourth. He just went past Riley B and Fighter Kite. Then we come back to follow the signs and double shots at the tail end. They're 3 across the track through an opening quarter and 22 and a deuce. From the rail out, Cape Cod Gem, Baybank, and Boss Holiday. Bottomless Refill, Emmanuel De Diego licking their chops in fourth. It's 5 or 6 more back to Riley B, just passed by Fighter Kite. Then the duo follow the signs and double shot. They're on the far turn, and Baybank has escaped with the lead. Cape Cod Gem calls it a day at the rail. Boss Holiday tries to battle on. Here comes Bottomless Refill through a half and 46-1. Off the turn into the stretch. Baybank weaving between horses there as Fighter Kite. Carlos Camillo with a nifty move. And here's Bottomless Refill down the center. Deep stretch. It's up the rail. Fighter Kite. Bottomless Refill from the back double shot. But Fighter Kite emerges with the lead, and Fighter Kite's going to win it by a length and a half. Then it was Bottomless Refill double shot and Baybank in 113-1. Twenty to 1. Fighter Kite was first. Photo for second, third, and fourth. Hold all tickets. 7, Bottomless Refill second, 3, Double Shot third, 2, Baybank fourth. In the winner's circles, the 5, Fighter Kite. 4-year-old gelding is the son of Union Jackson out of the Bernardini mare Paper Kite. A New York bred, Fighter Kite's owned by Elizabeth D. Acree, trained by Jose Armando Rojina, winning rider Carlos Camillo at 20 to 1. $2 double, pair of fives, 48.20. $2 exacta, 5-7, 164 even. 10-cent super, 10-cent, 50-cent try, 573 at 106.87. Dime super, 5732, $58.45. Race 8 comes up next. Kicks off the late double. Race 8, scratch the 8, Isle Storm. That's the Columbus Day Sprint. And in race 9, scratch the 4, Manny Penny. And dance in the number 9, Dancing with Jake. Dancing with Jake was a late scratch. Earlier, win, play, show, exacta try, supers all refunded. Pick 4, pick 5, pick 6. You'll get the favorite at final odds. Again in race 9, scratch the 4 and 9. Post time for the 8th is in just over 24 minutes.
All right, in the paddock for race number 8. A little bit of an upset in the 7th. Fighter Kite, again getting a nice trip under Carlos Camilo. Makes it 2 in a row since dropping to 5,000. Overlooked in there at odds. Big odds of 20 to 1. That'll make some value in your pick 5 and pick 6. All right, this is a feature event, the Columbus Day Sprint. 10,000 optional claiming allowance. Never won 2 state bred or in for that optional claiming price. Looks like Bustin' Roxy is the only one in for the 10,000 optional claiming tag. Looks like some early money for My Bronx Baby, and I'd like My Bronx Baby if Bustin' Roxy wasn't in the race. Certainly not going to let her get away. Thought Honest Banker could be the one to get the trip here. You got to figure My Bronx Baby is going to go to the lead. Bustin' Roxy is going to press her for all she's worth because, you know, Ferraro's got 2 of them in here. He's got the closer of Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Well, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me is a deep closer. She's got the rail, so she'll be coming from further back, which leaves the inside spot for Honest Banker to be in perfect position, tracking the 2 leaders, Bustin' Roxy and My Bronx Baby. So no excuse today for Honest Banker. She's got 2 wins on and off track, and her best lifetime buyer of a 73 was performed on and off track. And she comes off that good performance last race. Obviously, it was an easier field that she beat, but she did it in a good time. The one Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me should be able to take advantage of the pace if Bustin' Roxy, the stablemate, helps her a little bit. She turned back in distance last time, but they did the opposite. Darn That Song, the stablemate, was the one that was lone speed that day. That one got away with easy fractions. So the stablemate, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, was the one that didn't get the pace to close on. Now, if somebody went with Darn That Song, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me probably would have been the winner. So very smart entrance by Anthony Ferraro. Put a speed and a closer in the same race. And Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me could be the one to take advantage of this quick early pace. Embraceable Gal's the other one that could get a nice trip in here. The big question mark is going to be the off track for Embraceable Gal. She's a big, good-looking horse. She didn't get the pace last time with the loose lead winner of Darn That Song. Also ran second the race before with no chalk. So I do think it comes down to if she can handle the track, because she should be getting a good enough trip, and she's certainly good enough to beat most of these rivals. So some of the contenders here, you also got, mentioned My Bronx Baby. My Bronx Baby, not so sure she loves the off track despite her record of a perfect 2 for 2. Remember the time that she caught a muddy racetrack, she was expected to beat that field relatively handily, and Small Pebbles and Darn That Song gave her all the competition that she could handle, and she barely held on at odds of 1 to 9. So I'm not so sure that she absolutely loves the off track. Obviously, she's won both times she's on it, but she's going to have some company with Bustin' Roxy. If she's able to beat that one to the lead, she's dangerous in here in her return to Finger Lakes. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double offered in the 8th. They got about 8 minutes to post. Scratch the 8 Isle Storm.
field for race 8. The Columbus Day Sprint is coming out onto the track. The one is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me with Luis Perez. The 3 is Bavarian Cream with Anthony Rodriguez. The 4 is Embraceable Gal. Kevin Navarro rides. The 5 is My Bronx Baby with Jackie Davis. The 6 is Bustin' Roxy. Kay Bracoa is in the saddle. The 7 is Saloon Girl with Joel Cruz. Scratch the 8 Isle Storm. And somewhere out there is the 2. I hope she's out there. She's my pick. There she is. 2 is Honest Banker with Emmanuel De Diego. I like Honest Banker here because I think there'll be a little bit of a pace scrum that I don't think she's going to win. I think My Bronx Baby's going to get in front of her and Bustin' Roxy, and I think those 2 can go at it and can set it up nicely for my top selection, Honest Banker, who's 5-2 right now. So just hoping for a little bit of a speed duel. I put My Bronx Baby second. Little respect for the Queen of the Lakes. 4 for 5 with a third in her career here in Farmington. She's a nice little filly. I just don't know how much pressure, if any, Bustin' Roxy puts on her. She's probably a smidge quicker, but you would have to think Bustin' Roxy, especially coming back fresh off a couple of subpar efforts. She started the year 4 for 4 and then got beaten her last 2 starts before this little break, now back in for the 10 like she was before the break. You would imagine she'll put some pressure on My Bronx Baby. That's why I like Honest Banker. And then the 7, Saloon Girl. Saloon Girl's interesting here. She's got some good races on wet tracks. She's been sprinting. She's been going long. Nerco Huertas trying to find a way with her and just finding the right spot for her. Her best races this year have come long, but if they go as fast as I think they can, I think she can come along for a piece. 2-5-7 here in race number 8. Best of luck in the Columbus Day Sprint. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time for the Columbus Day Sprint. First to load is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Honest Banker goes forward. The longest shot on the board is Bavarian Cream. Embraceable Gal's next. Here's your current favorite, My Bronx Baby. Bustin' Roxy goes forward. Saloon Girl's the last to load. They're in the gate. Saloon Girl acting up a bit. Now we're set. And they're off. There goes Bustin' Roxy to the lead along the inside. Honest Banker, My Bronx Baby, doesn't have her usual speed today. She is back in third, just moved up into second. Saloon Girl is to her outside in fourth, about 4.5 from the front. Then we come back to Bavarian Cream. The two at the back are Embraceable Gal and Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me as they race to the far turn, led by Bustin' Roxy, 22-1, a quick quarter. Here comes My Bronx Baby, and My Bronx Baby gives chase and goes right on by Bustin' Roxy. Saloon Girl's under a drive. Here comes Honest Banker. Emmanuel De Diego looking to get her off the inside as the field goes past the quarter pole. Bustin' Roxy, My Bronx Baby, Honest Banker, and Saloon Girl from the back of the pack. Trying to find the seam is Embraceable Gal. They're in deep stretch now. My Bronx Baby's almost home. Here comes Honest Banker with a rally. And Embraceable Gal. Embraceable Gal finishing best of all. Embraceable Gal splits him. And Embraceable Gal takes the Columbus Day Sprint by a length. Dead tight for second between Honest Banker and My Bronx Baby in 106 flat. Number 4, Embraceable Gal first. It's a photo for second. Five, my Bronx Baby second. 2, Honest Banker third. 1, Don't Tell Me fourth. 4, 5, 2, 1, unofficial in race 8. Returning to the winner's circle. The winner of the Columbus Day Sprint is the number 4, Embraceable Gal. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Midnight Loot out of the Desert Warrior mare, Enniskillen, a New York bred. Embraceable Gal is owned by Windy Lee Farm, LLC, trained by Jonathan Buckley, winning rider Kevin Navarro. A nifty ride at 6-1. $2 double 5-4, 410.50. $2 exacta, 4-5, 52.50. 50-cent try, 4-5-2, $33. 10-cent super, 4-5-2-1, $12.30. Pick 6 was hit, 6 of 6. Nice work. $2,186. Console 5 of 6, $13.20. Race 9 comes up next. The finale offers win, play, show, exacta, try, and superfecta wagering. Scratched a 4 Manny Penny, and there was a late scratch before race 7 of the number 9 Dancing with Jake. If you have the number 9 Dancing with Jake, pick 4, pick 5, pick 6. You'll get the favorite at final odds, refunds of all the other wagers. Post time for race 9 is in just over 23 minutes.
All right, getting ready for the last race on this Monday card. Been filled with some close finishes and some great performances. Embraceable Gal. What a good-looking victory that was. It was a question of whether, obviously from her last couple races, she was a strong player. But it's a question of whether she would handle the off-track or not. She only had a couple other starts on it against tougher competition. But Kevin Navarro couldn't have rode that any better. Got a perfect trip for trainer John Buckley, a $14 winner in race number 8. Just a reminder, next week, what a big day of racing. We got 3 stakes races, got the 2 routes, and you also got the Futurity. The Futurity, one of the richest races of the season. It is for the 2-year-old New York breds, and it did draw a really classy, nice field of 2-year-old New York breds. Looking forward to it. Manny Franco's going to be here, and some strong contenders for that one. And also, it's the finals of all our claiming series races. I think one of the races is like 1 3/4 miles for that distance series. Should be a lot of fun on Monday. You got $2 hot dogs, got a lot going on. Join us for next week, Monday racing. Of course, join us the rest of the week as well. We got 2 more live days this week. Looking at the last, we have Exacta Try and Super Offered is a never won 2 5,000 condition, going in mile 70. We scratched the 4. Manny Penny, as you see, a pretty competitive final race of the day. A couple of horses with some really tricky form, especially dropping to 5,000. Looking at Hanini, that's the one that I used on top. And if you can forgive the last effort for Hanini, you certainly have to like this horse. I mean, he won when he broke his maiden on a sloppy racetrack against a pretty good maiden special weight field. He had a couple seconds against 2 lifetime allowance competition. You know, Mad Magic, that one's no slouch. Then he ran into Marty's Magic and Hey Toby. Either one of those horses would beat this field by double digits. Then the last race did get caught wide. Like I said, that was not a good effort by Hanini, the last race, in for 11-9. He did get caught wide in that race, but he's supposed to run better than that against the 11-9. So in the second straight start, he drops again to 5,000. But the big thing is this horse should absolutely love an off track with his breeding. He already has that win over it to break his maiden. And if he takes to it today and if he runs his race, he's going to be awfully formidable in the final race of the card. Looking at the 2 Sons for Daughters, this one certainly deserves a look. I mean, 6-1 morning line for a horse that's dropping off of a good performance. Ran 4th in that same race that Hanini comes out of. Ran 4th, only beaten 7 lengths, and then only beaten a few lengths in a sprint to Broken Hearted, which isn't even his normal distance. So he stays in a route, but gets some class relief, dropping to 5,000. Said is getting a little play right now at odds of 9-2. The other horse that's getting all the action, shouldn't say all the action, but a lot of action, is on the outside, Curlin's Hustle. But that one's off of a $5,000 maiden win. Gets a pretty soft group of 5,000 maidens, so he'll have to move up a little bit to beat this field. It'll be the first time on an off track, and maybe that's what it'll be. If this horse can handle the off track or improve in any way, certainly can make a run in here. Plus, you got to respect the connections. All right, that's some of the contenders for the last race on today's card. Exacta Try and Super Offered in race number 9. Again, we scratched the 4, Manny Penny.
The field for the finale is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Stormandy. Tose Baez. The 2 is Socks for Daughters. Stephen Fret rides. The 3 is Game Misconduct with Luis Perez. Scratch the 4 Manny Penny. The 5 is Bold Force with Emmanuel De Diego. The 6 is Hinani with Cabracoa. The 7 is Seminarian with Jackie Davis. The 8 is Croag Patrick. Kevin Navarro rides. Looking to sweep the late double. Scratch the 9, Dancing with Jake. He was a late scratch before race 7. The 10 is In a Minute with Joel Cruz. And the 11 is Curlin's Hustle with Andre Worry. All right. Pajama game for me in the finale, top and bottom. If you would have switched posts, I would have taken the other in here. Stormandy's the better price, the better draw. 1 race off the layoff from July, almost 3 months. Comes back now, gets another wet track. Source just looked like he needed the race to get the rust, knock the rust off last time from the 10 weeks. Comes back, gets a good draw. That was the most important thing for me here, the mile and 70 yards of the big field. I just wanted a horse that was going to be able to save some ground, even though he was going to come out the back. And I figured his one lone win came on a wet track, and he was going to be a big price. So, again, I went fishing in a nickel claimer for the 1. Outside, like I said, if they were flip-flopped post positions, I would have went to Curlin's Hustle. I was in a terrible start last time. A really nice win. It's hard to say that about a nickel claimer in the maiden ranks, but this horse ran really well last time. And I think he'll improve again. He improved first time here from Monmouth. He improved last time. If he keeps moving forward, he'll be a player today. Not a great wet track pedigree. We'll see how he handles post 9 after the 2 scratches from all the way out there. And then finally the number 5 is Bold Force. He's another one. His lone win came on a wet track here at Finger Lakes. He galloped that day for maiden special weight. He's just, kind of falling through the ranks here, and Carl Grusmark looking to drop him down and find the right friends for him. Maybe this is the place. I'll tell you what, he's way too big of a price. He is way, way too big of a price at 10 to 1 because he has a race, and it's on a sloppy track right here at Finger Lakes. That puts him right on the money in here. 111.5, I throw a little 6 in if you're playing supers. Best of luck in here. Back tomorrow, 9-race card. First post 1 o'clock. Wednesday, we go to 1:15. Don't forget, tomorrow's PPs are already posted. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com to download your Tuesday PPs. Again, first post for the 9-race card, 1 o'clock. 8-race card Wednesday. That first post will be 1:15. And we will see you tomorrow. Let's go, Mets. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the finales made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Don't forget, 1 o'clock post tomorrow, 1:15 Wednesday, 9 race car tomorrow, 8 on Wednesday. Stormandy's in. Here's Socks for Daughters. Game Misconduct goes forward. Here's Bold Force at a big price. Hinani goes in. Followed by Seminarian. Croag Patrick in all pink. Here's In a Minute. Last to loads, Curlin's Hustle. They're in the gate. And they're off. Hinani broke at the back of the pack. There goes Game Misconduct for the lead on the far outside In a Minute, trying to mix it up early. Between rivals, there is Bold Force. 4 wide on that turn when Seminarian cut in the corner. There was Stormandy with a nifty move from Jose Baez. Along the rail is Hinani, who overcame the trouble at the beginning. He just snuck up the inside of Socks for Daughters. The two trailers are Curlin's Hustle and Croag Patrick. 24-1. Contested and quick opening quarter here as Game Misconduct and In a Minute go at it. They've opened up 5 on Bold Force, who's moved up nicely into third. Stormandy along the rail in fourth. There's Socks for Daughters. Wide on the track is Seminarian. Splitting them is Hinani. Then we come back to Curlin's Hustle and Croag Patrick as the field makes their way to the far turn, led by In a Minute. In a Minute's opened up a 3-length lead. Game Misconduct trying to keep going from there. Stormandy's under a ride. So too Hinani. Backing up a little bit is Bold Force, trying to gain ground Seminarian, then Croag Patrick and Curlin's Hustle as the field makes their way along the far turn through 3/4 in 1:13-4. They're off the turn and into the stretch. And Joel Cruz, and In a Minute, trying to take them essentially gate to wire. Game Misconduct has not gone away. Croag Patrick in the pink along the rail. Hinani keeps coming. Deep stretch now. In a Minute's almost home. Game Misconduct's there. So too Croag Patrick, Hinani, and all the rest. A stylish gate to wire win for In a Minute. He takes the finale by 3.5. It's another photo for second. Either Croag Patrick inside of Game Misconduct. Hinani rounds out the super in 1:46-4. Number 10, In a Minute was first. It's a photo for second. Turn to the winner's circles, the number 10 in a minute. 3-year-old Gelding's son of Speightster out of the Cairo Prince Mare Time Warp. A New York bred. In a minute, it's owned by Anthony Fontana. Trained by Beth Miller Saul. Winning rider Joel Cruz. 8, Croag Patrick second. 3, Game Misconduct third. 6, Hinani was fourth. 10-8, 3-6 in the finale, unofficial. $2 double, 410, 96.50. $2 exacta, 10-8, 221 even. 50-cent try, 10-8, 3, 332.50. 10-cent super, 10-8, 3-6, 204.95. 50-cent pick 3, 5, 4, 10, 373 and a quarter. 50-cent pick 4, 878 even. 50-cent pick 5, $2,868 even. That wraps up the live racing portion of the program here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack for the day. Simulcasting wrapping up shortly. Again, Mondays and Tuesdays, 5:30. Casino remains open until 4 a.m. Live racing returns tomorrow. 9 race card with a first post at 1 p.m. Post performances for that card are available at fingerlakesgaming.com. Until then, on behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm the Big A, Anthony Stabile, thanking you for joining us on this Monday. We'll see you tomorrow at 1. Until then, please arrive home wherever you're going safely. Have a great night, and let's go Mets!